mean, should we have a hard copy for everything all the time? That's the right
Oh, I've
answer.
been there, yeah. No,
Do
I
you
know.
think
Yeah.
happen like this?
But I'm also
It's the
like,
only way you get stuff done.
Testing 1 2 3.
Yes.
Testing.
I should have got a
Okay.
couple
You wanna go?
bottles.
And I usually don't mind it, but it's like the one time you have to.
The gravel lot, but it's right there. It is parking for people that don't.
on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. With me today is my colleague Daniel Garcia. His motion for special admission has not been granted yet, so he's here, but he won't be doing any direct or cross-examination. Thank you.
Mark Shebist. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Mark Shebist for Office of People's Counsel, and with me today is Isaac Lindenbaum.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Harrison Chair on behalf of the Commission's technical staff.
Okay, so I guess we're going to start with PE.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry,
Oh.
Chair. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Tim Oberleiten from Maryland League of Conservation Voters and Sierra Club. And my motion for special admission was granted, and I can provide the order.
No, that's fine. We'll trust you.
I should have tried that.
Thanks.
Would it be okay if we marked and entered the application as a preliminary matter? Is that okay? So we would like to mark the application, which was filed on January 17th of 2024, mail log number 307163, consisting of 22 pages and one exhibit, as the applicant's Exhibit 1. And if there's no objection, Your Honor, we would ask that that be moved into the record.
Okay, seeing no objections, so noted and admitted.
Thank you. Potomac Edison calls Mark Jones for our first witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
And actually spell your name for the court reporters.
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. My name is Mark Jones, M-A-R-K-J-O-N-E-S.
And Mr. Jones, do you have before you a document, it should be in one of those binders, entitled The Direct Testimony of Mark Jones, consisting of 23 pages?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 2.
Okay, so Mark?
Mr. Jones, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Jones, consisting of 18 pages and one exhibit?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 2. Sorry, 3. We're at
Yeah.
3.
So marked.
Mr. Jones, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimonies?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in those testimonies, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, we respectfully move Potomac Edison Exhibits 2 and 3 into evidence.
So marked and so admitted.
And with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
So actually, let me start with OPC, then I'll go to LCV and then staff. So
Good morning, Commissioners. Isaac Lindenbaum on behalf of OPC. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Nice to meet you. All right. So first, Mr. Jones, PE has a team of people working on this pilot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And does that team include an individual named Ryan Martinez?
Yes.
And what has Mr. Martinez's role been in developing the pilot?
Ryan has been very instrumental in orchestrating, pulling parties together, working with our consultants and the team to develop the pilot.
Thank you. And will Mr. Martinez have a role in implementing the pilot if the commission approves it?
He will have a role in implementing.
Okay. And does this team also include an individual named Becca Harder?
Yes.
And what has Miss Harder's role been in developing the pilot?
As with Ryan, very instrumental in helping the development of the testimony, the materials, discussions with school districts, very instrumental in her group with our Emerging Technologies group.
And will Ms. Harder have a role in implementing the pilot if the commission approves it?
Yes.
And sorry, one more set of these.
Yeah.
Does that team also include an individual named Kevin Cavalli?
Yes.
Okay. And what has Mr. Cavalli's role been in developing the pilot?
As with the other two, he's had a role in developing it. As we move into, if it was granted and approved, would be taking on more of the implementation side of things. So he'll be helping develop that out a little bit further and working with the others as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so now can you please turn to page 20 of your direct testimony? I'll give you a second to get there. Okay. So here you identify several metrics that PE intends to track and report in its status reports. One metric that PE identifies is V2G related learnings during the reporting period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you elaborate on what you mean by V2G related learnings?
So Witness Krauthammer will really be the person that can dive down deeper into this, but this is a key component of the pilot that we want to learn. And as a pilot, there are things built into this that we don't know yet that we want to learn, and V2G and learning how that can be better utilized is a key component of that.
Okay, thank you. And is it true that PE has not yet finalized how it will collect the data to develop these learning?
I would say we continue to evaluate and work on that as we get closer to, a decision on the pilot.
So you are still in the process of continuing. Okay, got it. Thank you. And is it true that PE expects most of the data it collects to come through the EVSE or vehicle telematics?
That's fair.
That's accurate. Okay. And is it true that different vehicle to grid use cases may change the type of data that PE collects?
It absolutely could, and that's part of a pilot is we want to learn and be flexible, be collaborative with parties as we share information and, make sure that we're all getting the value out of it.
Got it. And the company, as of now, hasn't finalized the type of V2G use cases that will be tested. Is that correct?
I would say that's fair.
Okay. And isn't it also true that PE doesn't currently have a process by which it will prioritize which V2G use case it will test?
I think that's part of the process that we want to continue is not assume something up front, but we are working on that and want to work with the schools to make sure that, we're evaluating this in a way that is beneficial. I mean, the goal of this is to get those precious resources, our precious children to school safely and reliably, and a lot of the other things within the pilot are, to evaluate that.
Okay. Thank you. So can you please turn now to your direct testimony on page 17? Okay. And at lines 8 to 9, you state Garrett County School System contracts for all of its buses. Is that correct?
Yes, as we understand it.
Okay. And Garrett County in the pilot is proposed to receive approximately $1 million in incentives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say then that in Garrett County, the fact that its school system contracted for all its buses didn't prevent it from receiving a portion of funding in this pilot?
Yeah, none of the counties are prevented to be part of this. We also did not want to predetermine, we had to build a budget out, so we wanted to predetermine, we did not want to predetermine all of the details that, go into it without further investigation with each and every one of them. It's a different business model, for each one of them on how they procure, how they operate, and the, the details on what they, how they operate their system, and leasing versus owning is some things we need to find out their plans. So again, not totally predetermined, but was part of the overall discussion with the budgets.
Okay, thank you. So now could you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 7? I'll give you a second to get there. And that lines 16 to 18. In this portion of your rebuttal, you're discussing concerns about participation in the pilot by each county in PE service territory. Is that correct?
Correct.
And specifically, you're responding to concerns that there is no proposed funding for incentives in Howard County and Carroll County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you state that this is because PE's market research indicated that independent contractors would be unlikely to adopt electric school buses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the fact that that they were using electric or bus contractors in this county impacted your perspective that they would be unlikely to adopt electric school buses. Is that correct?
I would categorize it as we developed a budget. We wanted to be conservative based on the facts we knew at the time. None of the counties will be out of the pilot or consideration, but when we did the market research, we found out certain attributes maybe weren't as easily identified as an opportunity that they would go in and be early adapters or anything. So we're going to continue to work with them, educate about the pilot, and see if there's opportunities. So when the budget was created, again, we wanted to be conservative, and if it was determined through additional dialogue through the pilot and through collaboration, we would definitely be considering them, and if it meant a budget impact, we would come back before the commission to make sure that they understood. We plan on being entirely transparent of all of these conversations, and really would love it if everybody can participate. But based on different situations, we don't know what we don't know, so we wanted to make sure that we took a conservative approach before coming to the commission.
Okay. Thank you. Next, can you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 8, lines 4 to 10? And here you're describing the barriers to independent contractors participating in the ESB pilot. And those barriers generally include financial risk and reliability concerns. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And what do you believe PE can do moving forward to address these barriers as the pilot continues?
Yeah, great question, and that's part of the pilot. We want to be able to sit down with them and understand more fulsomely what is a barrier, what could be done. As technology continues to improve, we're trying to help the state continue to hit its goals with the Climate Solutions Now Act, and making sure that we're reaching out to everybody. The pilot could prove that this is not a good opportunity for those particular ones, and that's part of a pilot, is the learnings that are there. We did not want to isolate or keep anybody out, so there will be continued dialogue with all of these entities to make sure that we fully understand, and if there needs to be a modification to how we do things, or maybe they learn about the pilot and learn a modification to their business model that makes more sense, then we would, we'd want to address that. We just want to be collaborative.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Moving on. PE isn't planning to include terms in its contracts with school districts that require the school districts to use ESBs for routes that serve underserved communities. Is that correct?
That is correct. We want to work with the school districts to better understand how they would do that. We believe that they're best positioned. They're going to come up with the school routes within the statute. We want to make sure that is absolutely considered. That's important. But we also want to make sure that the school districts who know their routes, know their communities even better, are really helping with that.
Okay, and PE is in fact planning to include terms that require the school district to use their best efforts to serve underserved communities. Is that correct?
Yes, we want to, again, continue to work with them, and as the statute dictates, it's, really best run by them, but we want to support that very much. That's very important.
Okay, and so is it your understanding that the law prevents PE from including a requirement that school districts serve underserved communities in particular ways?
Could you repeat? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. So is it your understanding of the law of the electric school bus pilot statute that it prevents PE from including a requirement that school districts serve underserved communities in particular ways?
The way I understand it is that, we need to consider that, and again, we believe through discussions that it's best that the school districts help with that particular thing to make sure that we're hitting the right way. Again, they operate in their communities. They've got bus routes that change all of the time, but it is definitely a criteria that we, want to make sure is highlighted and discussed and reported out on.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay. LCV.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Tim Oberleiten from Earth Justice representing LCV and Sierra Club. How you doing?
Good morning.
Just have a couple questions for you. If you could turn to, again, your rebuttal testimony, page 8, lines 1 through 10, the answer 3 through 10, where you had indicated that Carroll and Howard County have an equitable opportunity to participate in the pilot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as OPC had noted in reviewing your testimony, that there were certain challenges that the independent contractors had raised when operating buses in the counties, financial ones, maintenance, potential downtime. Is that correct?
You are correct.
So OPC asked you about this earlier, and you answered that Potomac Edison will do their best to allay those concerns or provide information, educational materials. But at the time of Potomac Edison's interaction with districts in these counties or in any of the preparatory work, did Potomac Edison do anything to allay those concerns that were raised?
If I'm understanding your question is, we did have dialogue with all of those, and as part of the pilot, we want to go deeper. We want to make sure that whatever gets approved, if it gets approved, that they are part of the discussion of why it would or wouldn't work, because that adds value to the pilot. And if we need to make an adjustment, if we need to make a consideration through that collaboration, we want to better understand it. There are challenges. Potomac Edison's territory has a lot of different attributes. We have very rural areas, we've got more populous areas, and we have these different models of business that they operate in. And one thing I've learned over the years is change can happen, and we want to make sure that everybody has that. I also believe that maybe some of these entities have not maybe thought through the opportunity as much, and we want to be there to support them irregardless of how they get to their final decision. How the schools want to operate, we want to make sure we're supporting that. And again, looking at all of the different things, again, with the goal of getting children where they need to go safely.
Sure, and I appreciate the flexibility that the company has in having those dialogues. And, I again point to the point in your testimony where you say the company will engage in those discussions. But again, at the time of those initial interactions, were there any materials provided to the school districts to kind of counter some of those concerns?
I think it was mainly dialogue, and then through the pilot, we want to make sure that we're developing consistent materials, and that's part of the pilot, is to sit down and go through that collaborative. We didn't try to solve problems before. We wanted to make sure people understood the opportunity and what we were trying to do here with the pilot. And again, once approved, we will be, very much out there meeting with every one of these school districts, the independents, and others to, continue to develop a program forward, or understand why not, so we can report back our findings, to various folks.
But would it be fair to say that these initial discussions with districts in these counties were formative in deciding whether they wanted to be included in the pilot.
I would categorize it as, at the time we were having the discussion, those were the responses that we got based on the discussions, but don't want to leave it there as the end.
Sure. And as much as these concerns might have informed districts in those counties whether to opt into or apply for the first round of the pilot, again, there were no specific information or materials given to them to address those concerns about operability and maintenance.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Turning to your testimony at, again, later on page 8, lines 18 through 21, you described the company to provide educational advisory resources to the school systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those resources will, at least on one score, address the merits of electric school buses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Has the company developed those educational and advisory resources yet?
We have some preliminary frameworks and things that we're looking at should it be approved, but again, did not want to predetermine anything, and looking at not just, the value of an electric school bus, but really the value of the pilot and how we're going to be, looking at this once it gets to a point where, and if it gets to a point of approval.
Did the company consider other examples of, I guess, similar, let me rephrase that. Has the company considered similar examples where electric school buses have run on similar terrain, similar conditions in your service territory in developing those preliminary materials?
Again, we've talked with various folks even here in Maryland that have school buses. We've gotten some, interaction. I think, again, it really comes down to the pilot and really digging in deeper when we have something that's approved, where we can have those very prescriptive conversations with folks in the different areas, because again, they operate different, their terrain's different, all the things that you brought up. And yes, we plan on doing that. We have not had a deep dive onto that at this point.
Okay. And you mentioned discussion with some folks in Maryland. Are there particular entities or other operators of other school bus programs that you've spoken to?
Myself, no, but the team has. We have Witness Krauthammer is here, and I would also say we have talked with, I personally have talked with one of the districts last week to talk about both opportunities that they're excited about and some of the concerns that they have. And I think it's great because, again, for a pilot, we want to learn what works, what doesn't work, and then how do we maybe solve some of the problems or not. Because again, it may not be an opportunity where everything fits with every single situation, and that's where we want to, really do a deeper dive. It's very important to us. I'm sitting here because it's very important to us that we interact, have the relationships with the districts, and we keep to the goals that the state has, and we also want to bring value to this for our customers and for making sure that the things we do does not interrupt school or any of the main goals of everybody.
Okay, I appreciate that. Turning to a question that OPC asked you earlier about contracts with these districts regarding provisions for underserved communities. Would it be fair to say that, would it be the company's position that if a school district wanted to apply for funds or apply the program and didn't upfront say they were going to serve 20% of their funds would go towards underserved communities, that you would reject that proposal?
I would not say that. I would say based on the determining factors, and again, there will be a conversation about that, but we have not put down a 20% goal or anything like that. Again, the way we're viewing this is we want to work with the communities. They know their routes change. It's very important that this pilot be part of that, but we really want to work with the schools to determine the best use of those from their operations perspective within those communities that they serve.
But again, the company is not going to be specifically asking or requiring these districts to meet certain percentages or targets for those buses to reach underserved communities, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, before I turn to staff, does Maryland Energy Administration have any questions?
No, thank you. David Shapiro for Site Approach.
Sure. Yeah. Come there. Yeah.
David Shapiro for the Maryland Energy Administration, SHAPIRO. We have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Staff.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning.
I'd like to direct you to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. There you state that PE has a series of V2G capabilities and metrics which will be performed, measured, and reported to determine V2G's feasibility. Could you elaborate on this further?
Well, I would say that Witness Krautheimer will be covering that in his particular assessment and discussion.
Would you agree that key learnings are an important part of the pilot in regard to these metrics?
I would. Very important.
On page 15 of your rebuttal regarding personnel funding, you state that a certain level of staffing is required to compile metrics and provide periodic reporting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Has PE provided details such as specificity in terms of rates or hours or a role for the personnel funding component of the pilot?
Please ask again. I'm sorry.
I'm asking about the details specifically around the personnel costs. And I'm wondering, has PE provided any details such as the specificity in the terms of the hourly rates, the hours worked, or the role for the personnel funding component of the pilot?
I don't believe so, but I believe in the discussion with Witness Fall, we'll talk about cost recovery and that if that's what you're talking about, but we have not provided what you just asked for.
And regarding implementation costs, PE states costs will be incurred more than a year prior to the date a school system will receive an electric school bus incentive. Is that correct?
In some circumstances, correct, as a startup.
How can these implementation costs avoid any effect on key learnings in the initial stage of the pilot?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry.
So P is committed to these implementation costs before any school system will receive an electric school bus incentive. It seems that this would risk any type of potential learnings that could be found in the early stage when implementation is still underway. So, without any specific details on implementation costs at the beginning of the pilot, I'm sorry. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Jones, counsel for OPC asked you or indicated that you had set aside $1 million for Garrett County. Do you recall that line of questioning? Is that $1 million, is it fair to characterize that as a budgeted number?
It is.
And if the commission were to approve the application as proposed, has Potomac Edison specifically dedicated any dollars to any county?
No. As I was speaking about it, I should have been clear that it was a budget number.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. Staff counsel was just asking you about the duties of the incremental personnel that Potomac Edison has included in the budget for this pilot. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you turn to the application at page 6, please? There's a few paragraphs there where the company has indicated the duties that it expects those incremental employees to undertake. Is that fair?
That is.
And is that information still correct?
It is.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Fleshman.
Morning, Mr. Jones. Thank you for your testimony. So, just in general terms, am I echoing? Okay, I feel like I was echoing. So, in general terms, can you talk about what you hope to learn from the pilot?
Yeah, and I think there's a multitude of things. I think there's things, in the witness, Krauthammer will talk about some of the more technical things, but from our perspective, and this has really come from dialogue that we've had with some of the school districts, we want to better understand how we can integrate these things, but also understand what can't be. We don't want to make assumptions. And what I mean by that is they're operating a more complex system of buses that have to arrive on time, that are very important. And again, matching that with what the state wants to accomplish with school buses in the future. We want to help facilitate that further to make sure that we all understand what works and doesn't. And then as a utility, we want to be able to serve our customers. And so from my perspective, we want to make sure that operationally things, work, they make sense financially. Environmental safety, all of those things are included in addition to the main goal of getting children from point A to point B safely. In addition, the main goal of this is not to sell buses, it's to evaluate the V to G and to help better understand a space that is evolving.
Right, and I guess the reason I asked the question, there are lots of roles that are being played by different agencies and different interests in this space, and there's no question that the legislature and the governor are very interested in getting electric vehicles out into the marketplace, and the school system interested in electric vehicles. I guess from the perspective of Potomac Edison, your role is to provide electricity at a reliable and affordable rate. So on some level, your business is not electric vehicle deployment, it's the infrastructure that will allow electric vehicles to be charged, and then whatever benefits that could result from it. So I guess we're all interested in getting school bus children to where they need to go, but that's not the business of PE. That's the business of some other entity. So I guess from your perspective, how will this pilot help PE to do the work that PE does?
Yeah, so I think, again, as we'll just call it an emerging technology that's getting more pulled to the forefront, whether it be buses or vehicles, is how do we serve our communities better? How do we do it efficiently? How do we do it in a way that supports the goals of society? And while we're not going to be driving the buses or doing anything, if we're going to be part of something, we want to support our communities. And so from a Potomac Edison perspective, that value to how we serve customers, we better or look at things that as technology improves is something that we need to be a part of. So in my mind, that's a big part of the pilot here. Whether it be different types of customers, we're here to hook them up, invest, put in the equipment to serve them. But there's a lot of parts with the school bus pilot, as an example, that we need to learn as well. So out of this pilot, we hope to, again, share not just the information with ourselves and the school districts, but also others. So as we build programs for the future, we can all better understand that and support each other.
Right. I understand sort of on very, very general level that we all want to learn from things. But I'm asking you to drill down a little bit because it is a pilot. You're asking for money. I think the pilot is important, but I'm trying to understand why PE thinks this particular pilot is important. What specifically do you hope to learn from the pilot?
Again, I think we're saying the same thing, but I would agree that we are looking to better understand how the school districts can use the school buses, how that interacts with our system, the technology needed to operate those things. We'll talk about V2G a lot more here in a minute, but that's as deep as it really goes, is trying to learn better. We're going to hook up customers, whether they were buses, whether they were part of the pilot or not, but this really has a unique opportunity for us to help, support, build the relationships with the school, and really understand how to make a better program.
Okay, maybe I'm not being clear. So, for example, the hookup. Are you hoping to learn how it will impact constraints on the grid? How sort of charging at different times of the day could impact the grid. Those are kind of okay.
Yes.
So that's some of what, and then the vehicle to grid, which I think is very important, and I think is one of the key components of this program. What is it that you are? I'm getting this from what I've read, that you are not ready to actually have a vehicle to grid proposal.
We do have a vehicle grid proposal. Witness Krauthammer will talk deeper about this, but we are developing, all of the criteria. Or we have criteria, but if there's other, we want to keep an open mind to it. We are looking at how do the school systems operate, how does that impact, when we charge them or when we work together to charge that, load implications, really diving down deeper into what does it mean to have this. So I think everything you stated was accurate, and appreciate that. We do want to learn more.
Okay, so there is a vehicle to grid proposal in not learning to sort of determine what that proposal will be. You actually have a specific vehicle to grid proposal in the pilot.
Yes.
Okay. Has PE sought federal funding for, or not you, but have school districts sought funding for electric vehicles? Or are you aware of?
I am not aware.
Okay. Any witnesses today that would be able to respond to that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And are you? So you're asking for funding for 25 vehicles. Are you? Is anybody within PE working with the school systems to determine whether that number needs to change based on whether they get funding for for school buses, so that if there's a lot of money that's coming to the PE service territory, you might not need to do that, not need to do 25. You might need to do 10 because there's a lot of money coming in and you have enough vehicles to be able to do the pilot. Do you have sort of internal folks that are sort of communicating with the school systems and thinking about that?
At this time, we are not. We're looking at if they were to get federal funding to do buses or to do other parts of infrastructure that would be independent of the pilot, we're seeing those as independent. So no, we are not currently working on that. We're looking for, the pilot, which we believe is a conservative number based on, the conversations that we've had, and want to continue to, move forward with that. A lot of different, I guess I would say, things that have to happen to get the federal funding. And to be able to move the pilot forward and do that, we want to be able to have those independent. That's the way we've looked at that at this time. And I hope that some of the schools will be able to get federal funding and to be able to, deploy even more. Just wouldn't be part of the direct pilot as we
Okay,
see today.
so for those school systems that actually get funding, you wouldn't be able to bring them into your pilot even if you're not funding the buses themselves. So for example, if you've got a vehicle to grid program, would you have the ability to bring those school buses into that piece of the pilot? Or are you is it just focusing on the 25 buses?
We're focused on we have it as 28 buses.
Or
but
28, okay.
But yes, that's what we're looking at.
Okay, so there's no opportunity to expand at least the vehicle to grid piece of it to bring in those other buses at this point?
At this point, correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jones. Just to understand, what was your role in, I guess, the development of this pilot? Were you in charge of it, or what role?
Well, I'm blessed to have an amazing team. You heard some of their names earlier. They work with me, and I lead the team that's, helping develop this as well as supporting not just testimony, but the advancement of this. I've got all the smart people that help put this together and really appreciate them.
Okay, so you were involved in overall program development, the pilot development, then just so you could say yes or no, just to...
Correct,
Okay.
and also want to make sure that, we're meeting the spirit of everything as we advance things forward if it got implemented.
Okay. Since the CSNA was passed and, this program, we're trying to move forward with it, would you agree that there have been a lot of other developments going on at both the state level and the federal level as far as trying to develop and move forward with electric school bus programs?
I would agree, ever-changing,
Yes,
and yes.
Okay, and so in this period of time that you were developing your program, did you look to any collaboration specifically with MDE, for instance? They've just recently announced that they want to make, I guess, over $1 million, I'm sure all the numbers were in front of me, available for some of the elements that you have in your program. And then, of course, the EPA is this year, I think, making available over $1 billion, actually just under $1 billion, and $5 billion generally. So in your design of this program, did you attempt at all to try to make sure that you're working very collaboratively with these other organizations as you designed this program that you're proposing today?
The simple answer is yes, we want to collaborate, we want to continue to collaborate. I would also add that we expect things to change in the future and want to make sure that we're transparent so we're not getting to the end of the pilot and then coming out with something. We want to have incremental check-ins and want to work with the EV working group and others to make sure that we're really part of this and sharing both what's working and what's not, and not predetermining any specific outcome.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a goal that we all want, which is more buses, cleaner environment, all of the things that are the reasons why. And interacting with these organizations is very important to us and part of what we want to do here in Maryland.
Okay, and just considering right now the the BCA is below 1. It's at 0.6. Do you see any opportunities to take another look at the budget that you've provided to us, the about $10 million, and look at some of the areas that you've got money but could potentially now be replaced by some of these other federal and state funds?
Yeah, and as we talked about, we've created what we believe to be a very conservative budget, very conservative,
Okay.
business plan. At this point, we have not calculated in or contemplated deeply taking federal funds and utilizing that to reduce this as we see it independent. And there's a lot of variability into that, and so that's been our current
Okay.
status of that.
Well, I guess I'm just, again, kind of going to the, is this plan, this pilot proposal, really being considered with all the resources that are now available that may not have been available when the CNSA was passed? Kind of going to some of the questions by Commissioner Suchman. A big portion of your budget right now is for ESB, for school bus incentives, and for the EVSE, the network and things like that. Many of those things can be covered, almost 100% by some of these other funding sources now. So do you see an opportunity at all to again, considering the ratepayer impact and also currently the low benefit cost analysis, to go back and maybe rethink some of these budget request numbers?
I would say, again, there's both opportunity and challenges, and as I stated as one of our goals, is that we do want to be collaborative and consider. So is there an opportunity to take a look at it? We can take a look at that.
Okay. So you will go back and, is it possible you would have a new BSA to, benefit cost analysis? I get these acronyms mixed up sometimes, but an opportunity to come back with maybe a budget that it takes into full account all these other resources. Again, a lot of resources that weren't available when this started.
Yeah, I guess I would say this, we'll absolutely take a look at it, can't commit without doing a deeper dive into what those would do to, and I hear what you're saying as far as offsets and that sort of thing, but does it complicate things? Does it disqualify some things that we were trying to do within the pilot? Again, we were trying to be conservative when we came in, but in the spirit of collaboration, we want to take all ideas and consider those. So,
Okay, yeah, just because,
Yeah.
again, I think, and it may not be exactly what Commissioner Suchman was asked, but, I'm trying to figure out where we can focus on what a PE, role should be in this, and that is how you operate your system, distribution system, and then what other resources can bring the buses and some of the other things that PE doesn't do, into this pilot. I was interested last to ask about just, as you consider the purposes of this pilot and the fact that now there are a lot of other resources, educational resources. Organizations like WRI, MDE, EPA, DOE, they provide a lot of educational. So, again, are there areas where you can look to again find savings? And then also, I just wanted to add, when you're working with the school districts, are there filters or things that, if the school district is not willing to work toward the purposes of the pilot, that you would just reject their participation and say, there are other resources, but this doesn't advance the purposes of this mandated pilot, or not mandated, but the pilot was.
Well, of course, we're not here to force anybody to, do this. We want to make sure that they understand the,
But it has been created for a purpose.
Correct.
Okay.
But we can't force somebody to take advantage of the pilot. We want to make sure that they're well aware of what it is, and that they've maybe thought it through further than maybe just that's not our business model. We want to make sure that everybody's involved in that.
So again, you wouldn't necessarily then reject them if it didn't serve the purposes of the pilot.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start by making a statement because I can't think of a way, Mr. Chairman, to ask it in the form of a question, like in Jeopardy. The legislature's primary objectives with respect to this area of the law are two things. V to G, number one, and number two, reduction of air pollution. But V to G is the number one thing, and I wanted to say that explicitly because I think that that needs to be in the record. And I suspect the majority of my questioning will be for witness Krauthammer when he comes up. But perhaps I'm misreading all of this, but I am getting a little concerned that you may not be sufficiently aware of the importance of V to G in the public policy intent, because this is an issue area that has been discussed for many, many years, and I was in the middle of many of these things as I was with respect to the CSNA. One of the major appeals for electric school buses is the notion that they're not driving around so much during the summertime, and when there is a peak requirement in the load, that this could be an ideal vehicle for energy storage. I just want some assurance that you are very much aware that that's what the intent of the legislature was.
You said it very well, not a question I know you made, but absolutely that is a key component, the key reason we're doing this. We're not here to put more buses on the road, but we want to be able to, as a core piece, but it is exactly that. V2G is mission critical to the pilot. It's mission critical to meeting the spirit of things, and it's why we're doing this.
Okay. Great answer, Mr. Chairman. I'll take the rest of my questions for future witnesses. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Sorry, if I just have one more. Just on the issue of I guess cost recovery, the legislature directed us that we should consider recover reasonable costs. Can you just from the company's perspective describe what you think those costs are for this pilot?
As far as the specifics of the budget, we're going to be doing reimbursements for school buses, the delta between diesel to electric.
Well, I'm speaking more to the recovery for the company. What, as far as there's operating costs, there's, obviously capital costs. What does the company feel is a reasonable cost per the language of the legislature?
Witness Fall is specifically here to address those cost recovery topics and to talk through that.
Okay. Well, I was at a high level, but so you'd rather. Very fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So one of the things I've become aware of since we've been examining these pilot proposals is that apparently there's a wide variety of bus ownership situations within the counties. So in your service territory, do you know which counties actually own the buses and which ones have like a private contractor, or just one of the other folks know that?
Yeah, well, I'll start.
Sure. Yeah.
You're exactly right. We've got a lot of different business models. We have some that, want to own all of theirs. We have some that are using private contractors. So we've seen everything. We have some that have depots. We have some that the drivers are parking at home. And so we have to, that's part of the learnings of this is how does that work and how does it not work in some of these? So I think you're spot on. We have talked with all of the districts, so we do have a good handle on who's doing what, but they, that could change over time, and it probably will over time. So it's been very interesting learnings, to your point, and it's a little bit more complicated than I ever thought. When I went to school, you just never thought about it. The bus just showed up. There's a lot behind that. There's a lot about the routing and all of the different operations. And when I've had conversations, with some of the districts, there's a lot that goes into why they would or wouldn't perceive this as a great opportunity. Some of it's even learning market conditions that are evolving. The technology is getting better all the time. The batteries are getting better all the time. So I think you're going to see, and have here in Maryland, we got early adoption, and we've got some folks that probably, that education piece may lead them to a path to change their business model down the road, or it might not. I think, again, it will help them also if they determine that they don't want to go this way, but have to look for a waiver from the state to not go with, the requirements. We want to learn about V2G here, as was brought up earlier. That's mission critical to that, and some of the applications, might not set up for that. So it's part of the learning in the pilot there, but it is definitely a very diverse, different model depending on where you're talking about.
And did the company specifically contact every single county in the service territory to talk to them about this, or did you just put out an opportunity and waited for them to contact you?
We've talked with everybody, and we'll continue to talk with everybody. And again, as time goes on and they come up with their budgets and what they're going to replace and the cycling of different vehicles, that matters on their timing as well. A lot of them aren't looking at, retiring something early to go do that. So those are different complicating factors that get into some of the discussions about the when and the where, so to speak.
Okay. And has there been any problems with getting the buses? I mean, are there like supply chain problems, or are they readily available from the manufacturers?
I have not heard of any like outstanding supply chain issues. That doesn't, as we've all seen, things emerge.
Sure.
And so, but at this point, I have not heard of myself any issues with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Potomac Edison calls Michael Krauthammer as our next witness, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Could you state and spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, Michael Krauthammer, Michael
Could you state the name of the company and your address?
EV Advisors, LLC, 2523, PO Box 2523, Rockville, Maryland, 20847.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, did you?
Got a little ahead of myself. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth for the testimony that you're about to give?
I certainly do.
Thank you.
So
Could have said anything you wanted. Good morning, Mr. Krauthammer.
Good morning.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Michael I. Krauthammer, consisting of 20 pages and one exhibit?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 4.
So, Mark?
Mr. Krauthammer, was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Your Honor, we respectfully move Potomac Edison Exhibit 4 into the record.
So admitted?
And with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
So, OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Krauthammer. I'm Mark Shebus with the Office of People's Counsel. Good to meet you.
Good morning.
Before I ask you questions, I want to just spell my name for the court reporter because I should have done that at the beginning. First name is Mark with a K. Last name is S as in Sam, Z as in zebra, Y as in yellow, B as in box, I, S as in Sam, T as in Tom. Mr. Krauthammer, you file only direct testimony in this case, or only rebuttal, not direct. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you brought into this proceeding only at the rebuttal stage, or have you worked on it at an earlier stage?
I've been working on it since the beginning.
So since before the application was filed?
Correct.
And you were part of the team that developed the application, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Could I direct you to your testimony at page 10, starting at line 9. Actually,
So the tabs are out of order here. Hang on a second.
yeah, and actually, let me strike that, and I would direct your attention to page 11 of your testimony, lines 1 to 3.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you mentioned our participation agreement. Can you tell me what you mean by participation agreement here?
The way the program is designed is that, as Mr. Jones explained, we will be having conversations with all of the counties, and we'll provide an overview. Once there's an understanding of the terms and conditions and the general overview and contours of the program, we'll provide. I mean, at some point in that conversation, we will provide the actual documentation that will set forth the formal terms and conditions of the program, setting forth what Potomac Edison will do, what the county will do, the obligations of both, the responsibilities and whatnot, and that document will constitute the program agreement.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what I'm marking as OPC Exhibit 1. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Krautheimer, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And this is your response to a question asked by OPC in Discovery, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you look at your response here, you mention a distribution service agreement in reference to V1G and V2G, which we'll discuss later. Is the distribution service agreement the same thing as the participation agreement, or is that something different?
Something different.
Okay, could you please explain what you mean by distribution service agreement?
Just give me one moment to.
Sure, take your time.
The terminology is always so similar yet slightly different. I think what this response is getting at is that the standard terms and conditions between a customer and PE will govern this, and that a new tariff is not called for in this case. That is the intent of this response.
Okay. In distribution service in this phrase, does that mean the services that would be provided by the buses that are part of the program to the company's distribution system, or something else?
I believe that what this is referring to is the agreement between Potomac Edison, the standard agreement between Potomac Edison and a customer.
Okay. So possibly there could be a single agreement that both delimits the scope of the school district's participation and goes to these V1G and V2G issues. Is that correct?
So anytime there's a retail customer, there's an agreement between the customer and Potomac Edison. That's a separate agreement, and that's standard between customers and the company. What you're asking about here is whether there's going to be a separate tariff that would be special or specific to the V2G pilot. And the intent of this response is to say that we're not currently considering proposing a new tariff.
Right, and that the distribution service agreement that will basically be in lieu of a tariff will do what OPC was asking about in the tariff.
So my concern is that this question is starting to get into contracts between Potomac Edison and its customers. I'm not an employee of Potomac Edison, so it would be better probably to limit my responses to V2G and electric school bus matters rather than contracts between Potomac Edison and its customers.
Okay.
So I would caveat, my prior statements with that disclaimer.
Okay. Appreciate that. I want to talk a little bit, Mr. Krauthammer, about the, excuse me, the benefit cost analysis, which were you in the room during Mr. Jones's testimony? You
Yes.
heard a little bit about that. Are you familiar with the benefit cost analysis, or BCA? I may refer to it, Mr. Court Reporter, as BCA performed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. If you could look at your testimony again, please, at same page. Actually, testimony is not necessary. You're familiar with the BCA. Is it correct that the BCA assumes that the buses that are participating in this pilot will charge half the time on peak and half the time off peak?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And what is the basis of that assumption?
It's a pilot, and so we don't yet know with specificity when the vehicles will be discharging. So for purposes of planning at this early stage, we decided that that would be a reasonable approach.
Okay. Did you look at actual charging rates in for pilots of other utilities that have been running these types of programs?
What do you mean by charging rates?
Meaning how often they have actually, in fact, charged off-peak and on-peak.
Well, so as Mr. Jones mentioned in his testimony, the school buses are far more complicated than a lot of people think. So we determined that the best approach would be to collect data from our pilot and then proceed from that.
Okay. So as far as you're aware, you didn't look at data from other jurisdictions in terms of how often they charge on-peak and off-peak?
We did not.
Okay, thank you. And I think you just testified you don't actually know when this will occur.
Well, I should say that we didn't. It's not that we didn't review other research material that has been published in the industry, but we did not rely on that for making a determination as to that particular input.
Okay. And I guess my question is, was the data that you reviewed from those other programs, did that include this kind of information about how often charging happens on and off peak?
We didn't find it to be determinative for our purposes.
Okay. Can you explain why you didn't find it to be determinative?
The sample sizes are too small, use cases are too varied.
Okay. Do you agree that, in general, the more charging happens off peak, the more favorable the benefit cost ratio will be of this program?
What do you mean by off peak?
Meaning at times that are, well, I mean, I think different companies define on-peak and off-peak in different ways. I know you're familiar with the various EV pilot programs that Maryland has, and I think each company has a different on-peak period for purposes of time of use rates and a different off-peak period. So for purposes of discussion today, let's assume that off-peak means whatever the off-peak period is in the company's EV-only time of use rate.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Can you explain why?
There are, as you just stated, there are many. There are more definitions than one might think of off-peak, and the purpose of the pilot is to explore the operational, technical, and financial feasibility of vehicle-to-grid. That is the core purpose, the singular purpose, if I may say, of the pilot. So a lot of data will have to be collected, and then grid conditions will have to be studied at various levels. And after collecting all that data and comparing it and analyzing it, we will make determined findings as to the suitability of electric school buses as V2G resources. So we may find, I mean, as Mr. Jones said, things change. We may, so answering the question without even knowing like which off-peak we're referring to definitively can't be answered today, but after the pilot, we will be able to advise on the multitude of on-peaks and off-peaks and pricing at different times and at different levels and different opportunities and different value streams.
Okay. When we talk about peak demand and off-peak demand generally means that there are periods of higher energy demand, higher consumption. Is that right?
Yes.
And in general, when demand is higher, the cost of power is higher, correct?
I couldn't say.
Okay, are you familiar with PJM's energy markets?
I am, but I'm not here as an expert on the PJM energy markets.
Okay, so you're not aware of whether when demand for power becomes higher, the cost also becomes higher?
I know enough about the PJM markets to know that I probably shouldn't speak about these matters
Thank you.
today.
Now, in the Exhibit 1, your response to OPC question 3-3, we already talked a little bit about that. The question was, does the company plan to propose a new tariff to encourage electric school buses to charge off-peak? And you answered no, and I'm going to just read the rest of the answer that we were just discussing. Company believes the distribution service agreement that includes V1G and vehicle-to-grid or V2G operations provide a flexible solution for mitigating distribution system impacts, if any. Is it fair to say that to the extent that the company does anything to shift the charging of these buses from on-peak to off-peak times, it will be through the agreement between the company and the school district?
That will be performed via the program agreement, what you just stated. The program agreement will specify that Potomac Edison will be able to manage the charging of the electric school buses as part of its studies to determine the feasibility of V2G. One of the levers, if you will, that the company will be able to pull is managing the charging. And so that term and condition will be contained in the electric school bus V2G pilot program agreement.
Okay. And that's what you described before as the participation agreement?
Participation agreement, thank you.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about V1G. If you could turn, please, to page 10 of your testimony.
Okay.
And I want to look at your question starting at line 9 and your answer starting at line 12.
Okay.
If you want to just take a second and review that.
I will, thank you. Okay.
Okay. So you say here that, talking about what V1G is, and you say it may be thought of as a light version of V2G. It's defined as a vehicle's charging session starting or stopping in response to a signal such as demand response event. There's no bidirectional power flow with V1G. It only goes one way.
Yes.
Is V1G also sometimes described as smart charging?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 19 of the company's application, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
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 Which paragraph should I be looking at?
Well, I think I have the wrong page.
Okay.
But is it also correct? I believe that there's somewhere in the application where V1G is described as being synonymous with load management. Is that correct?
V1G is a type of load management.
Okay.
An example of load management, if you will.
Right. It's not the only way that load management can be done, but it's one.
Exactly.
Okay. Got it. And the idea is to sort of optimize charging with respect to the grid, whether it's sort of the cost of the supply or the distribution system impacts.
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe some of the different practices? I mean, is V1G, you mentioned it's responding to a signal. Are there various different forms that V1G can take?
It could be active or passive.
Okay. And passive, you mean, for instance, a time of use rate where the customer receives the signal that power is more expensive at one time than another and is sort of incentivized to charge at the lower rate.
Correct. Passive is where the customer has to take the action. Active is where a signal is sent and a device responds without the personal interaction of the customer.
Okay. And are you familiar with BGE's Smart Charge Management Program?
Broadly speaking, I can't answer specific questions about it, but
Would you agree that that's an example of an active managed charging program?
there are so many different programs. I don't want to state which one's active, which one's passive. I know that there are some of both, I believe.
Today, currently, does the company have an active managed charging program?
Potomac Edison?
Correct.
I don't know all of the programs. I'm here to speak about the V2G pilot.
But you're not aware of any managed charging program that the company has?
I know that in phase one, there are a number of offerings. I'm not here today to speak to the phase one programs, however.
Yeah, I understand. I want to understand if your understanding is that the company today has any active managed charging program.
I've
You don't know-
prepared a lot of information, but I don't want to speak out of turn. I probably should know the answer to that question.
Okay. You don't know.
I don't want to. I can't. I don't want to answer that. I can't say for sure.
Well, I want you
Sorry.
to answer the question.
I don't
trying to say-
know. I do not know the
Thank
answer.
you. Thank you. If you could turn, please, to your testimony at, again, I think we're already there, page 9. Or, I'm sorry, page 10. And top of page 11 again. We looked at this before, but top of page 11, lines 2 to 3, you say the participation agreement will contain information as to whether the vehicle, meaning the electric school bus, I think, will be performing V1G versus V2G services. Does that mean that the agreement will say it'll be either V1G or V2G, or whether either of those will be part of the agreement at all?
Well, the agreement hasn't been written yet because the pilot hasn't been approved yet. As with other terms and conditions, the document will be written to describe them, and oftentimes things do change, particularly over a multi-year period. So it will say whether it will be one, the other, or whether it may start off as one and turn to the other.
Okay. So is it conceivable that for agreements with some school districts it could be V2G, for others only V1G?
I don't think it wouldn't turn on the school district per se. It would be written based on the nature of the particular installation and the equipment available at that time and the equipment that was foreseen that might be available in the future.
Right. Okay. Let me ask a question a different way.
Okay.
Is it the company's plan, or does the company have a plan that every contract with the school district will include either V1G, V2G, or both?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific sort of concept or plan regarding V1G?
The priority is V2G.
Okay. But for V1G, because you talk about V1G in your testimony, we're talking about it now.
Yes.
Is there a specific plan for V1G?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe what that is?
If there's a location where V2G is not technically or economically feasible, then we would use a V1. We would use a standard type charger, smart charger, and we would manage the load under the V1G description.
And what I'm trying to get at is how the company will manage the load under a V1G framework.
Smart chargers can be accessed remotely, via an app or a dashboard on the computer. And so we would, log into the network operator that is managing that charger that we would contract with, or the school system would contract with, to be determined. And then certain parameters would be set in that dashboard that would set conditions directing the charger to act accordingly. That's how it would be carried out.
Okay. But the company has not established at this point what those parameters would be. Is that correct?
Well, it has been decided that there will be times that there will be times set that the buses will not be able to charge. And there will be other times that the buses will be set to charge.
Okay. And does that mean that this will be determined in the contract, the participation agreement, that it'll say, thou shalt not charge at these times?
It's my expectation that the agreement would state that there will be times that the bus that load management will be performed, which means there will be times that the bus will not be able to charge. But we will not specify in the program agreement what those times are, because the purpose of the pilot is to actually determine what those times will be.
What the times will be for V2G?
Or V1G.
Okay. Right, but I understand that when the vehicle is being used for V2G, at that point, there has to be a prohibition. Like if the plan is for a bus to discharge at a particular time, then the school district has to be barred from charging at that particular time. But what about times when the bus is not being used for V2G? Does the company plan to do anything to push charging to off-peak times?
Could you restate that question, please?
Yeah. Let me just, the first part was just preface. I'll just start with the actual question, which is that for those times when the bus is not being used for V2G, in other words, is not discharging into the grid.
Okay.
That period, whatever that is, could potentially include both peak and off-peak times, correct?
When it's discharging energy?
No, the times when it's not discharging energy. That window, whatever it is, could potentially include both on-peak times and off-peak times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Right.
It will be all those hours, different hours of the day.
Yeah. And will the contracts, the participation agreements between the company and the school district have any sort of restrictions or incentives to push companies or school buses to charge at off-peak times within those windows?
When the vehicles charge and discharge will be directed by the company as part of the pilot. That actually is the purpose of the pilot. That is the program. That is the proposal we are here today that we're filing with the commission. That is the program. We will be taking those actions. We will be directing the charging and discharging. Times will vary as learnings are gained.
Okay. So even for a bus that's not participating in V2G, the company will manage that load in some way?
Yes.
Okay. But today you can't say specifically how that will happen, correct?
No, it will happen the way I described a few minutes ago about how we'll log into the network operator and we'll type in the parameters for when the bus charges or discharges. We know exactly how it's going to work.
Well, that's the technical description, but you do not have the parameters, correct?
That's the purpose of the pilot. That's why we're here.
Okay.
By parameters, you mean the times a day.
Correct.
That's what if we knew those, we wouldn't have to do a pilot.
Well, okay. Just one more question on this line. We know today, we can look at how the company defines peak and off-peak, but do you agree it's possible to determine today what is peak or off-peak?
There are different peaks, and electric school buses potentially introduce new opportunities. That's what the pilot's for.
Okay. Now I want to move on a bit to V2G. We're just, talking a bit about V2G already, but we were, focusing to this point on V1G. What role did you mentioned that you've been part of this application from the start, correct?
Yes.
And you've worked with the entire team that Mr. Jones described, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Harder.
Yes.
Okay. What has your particular role been in developing the approach to V2G?
I've been a member of the team, and we all have, we all collaborate together to develop, the contours of the pilot, and what it's going to. Well, we know it's going to seek to achieve has already been decided by the General Assembly, of course. So I was involved in the program development and production of the documents here.
Okay. What is your background in V2G prior to your participation in this application?
I've been in EV charging for almost 15 years.
Okay. But V2G specifically is what I'm asking about.
V2G has been a topic that has been on our radar screen since literally the beginning.
Okay. Have you been involved in, you're familiar with the V2G project of Dominion in Virginia?
I am.
Okay. Have you been involved in that project?
I was not involved in that project.
Okay. You're familiar with the Con Edison V2G
I am.
project in New York? Were you involved with that project?
No.
Okay. Have you been involved in any other V2G project of a utility?
Not directly, no.
If you could look at your testimony, please, on page 9. And I'm going to look your answer to question starting at line 16. Just take a moment to read that paragraph, please.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and this line of questions I think specifically concerns the warranties for bus batteries, but you mentioned here starting on line 17, major electric school bus OEMs, and that's original equipment manufacturers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have equipped their vehicles with bidirectional power flow capability so that the vehicles can provide V2G services and promote, and the companies promote these capabilities on their websites.
Correct.
Given that, do you have any doubt that the buses that these companies are manufacturing can, in fact, provide V2G services?
Well, the pilot will help us find out how well the buses perform in doing that.
Okay. So you're not aware of how good the technology is at this point, whether they can actually do that?
They are designed and promoted and sold as providing this capability. There are limited examples of them performing this capability, but it's very early days, and the purpose of the pilot is to learn, among other things, the technical performance of the buses and the chargers and the software. It's a very complicated ecosystem involved here, and so that's one of the major purposes of the V2G pilot.
Okay. But in some of these other pilots we just discussed, the Dominion pilot, the Con Ed pilot, buses have successfully performed V2G on a technical basis, correct?
If you're asking me if there is a history of buses discharging energy, then the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. That's basically what I'm asking. You were in the room for Mr. Jones's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And we heard a sort of discussion about specific V2G projects. And it's correct at this point the company does not have a specific V2G project that it is going to run and administer, correct?
No.
Okay.
That's not correct.
Oh, it's not correct. Okay, please elaborate.
I'm glad I elaborated. I'm glad I expanded on that. The pilot, the program, is that we will be working with Frederick County Public Schools and Montgomery County Public Schools at least to deploy electric school buses with V2G capabilities and chargers with V2G capabilities at their 2 depot locations in Potomac Edison's service territory. The other 5 counties are also welcome to participate. We have met with all of them, as Mr. Jones stated. We've we've received positive feedback for the most part, and we're encouraged by the signals that, we're encouraged by the conversations we've had with all of them. But if you're looking for a specific location where the buses will be deployed, we have 2 of them already.
Okay. And I think you just said that at both Montgomery County and Frederick County, you'll be deploying buses with V2G capabilities and the chargers with V2G capabilities. But does just the deployment constitute a project in the company's mind?
It is necessary in order to perform the pilot to have buses, chargers, and networking connected to the grid.
So
That is what we need that's what needs to be in place in order to perform the pilot.
right. In other words, it's a precondition for an actual V2G project.
It's the ingredients all have to be there, exactly.
But when we're talking about the project itself,
Mhm.
and I think this term came up in Mr. Jones's testimony as well, we're talking about use cases, right?
Yes. Mhm.
What is a use case?
What's the use case for what?
For a V2G application.
So power either goes into the battery or it goes out of the battery or a static state. Those are three options for energy flowing into or out of a battery. The purpose of the pilot is to understand the operational complexities of operating of school buses, of the school buses writ large. The intention here is to conduct a real-world pilot. This is not intended to be a science experiment under tightly controlled conditions where we control everything. The buses and the chargers will be owned by the schools. The schools will have the discretion of using the buses as they see fit, because this is a real-world study. The purpose of taking that approach of a real-world study is that we want to find out whether electric school buses being operated into the future at scale will be able to serve as V2G resources. That means how much energy will they have when they go out? How much energy will they have when they get back? When do they go out? When do they get back? And then they do it all multiple times a day. How do those conditions correlate with what's happening on the grid? And the grid, of course, is not uniform, between service territories or even within a service territory. So in terms of V2G, the idea is to understand how much energy the buses have to put back, when they need to bring in energy, and what will cause them to be able to discharge or charge. What are the optimal conditions for doing those functions? It's to find out basically when and how much and at what price. That's the V2G findings.
Okay.
And there's lots of different scenarios that we will encounter, on between seasons and days and hours and minutes.
Right. So a use case involves establishing these conditions that you described, excuse me, and then evaluating how V2G works under specific conditions. Is that correct?
There are already price signals and grid conditions that exist in the energy world. The theory behind the pilot is that electric school buses can serve not only as a load when they're charging, but also as a generation resource when they're discharging energy into the grid. The goal here is to find out when the vehicles are available to serve as resources to the grid.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Frederick County and Montgomery County as two counties where school districts where the company plans to both install or support
Yep.
V2G capable EV charging equipment and V2G capable buses. Does the company today have a commitment from either of those school districts to participate in a V2G project?
What do you mean by commitment?
Well, have they entered any sort of agreement, into any sort of agreement with the company?
Well, we couldn't possibly enter into an agreement until the pilot's approved.
Okay. So the answer is no, you do not have a commitment from either of those school districts.
If you're defining commitment as a signed agreement, then because we could not have such an agreement before the pilot's approved, there is not one. But
Okay.
it is not that there isn't one because of a lack of willingness.
Okay. Well, is there a commitment in any other form that the company has gotten from either of those school districts?
Yes,
Okay. Could you please describe what that is?
verbal statements of interest.
Statements of interest, but not any sort of firm commitment that if this pilot is approved, we will participate in a V2G project.
I don't think it would be fair to characterize conversations that occurred, like, off the record, as, being firm or not firm. But we are here today stating with confidence that if the pilot is approved, our full expectation is that Frederick County and Montgomery County will be two of the locations.
Okay. Has the company has discussed V2G with both of these school districts, right?
Yes.
Okay. What has the company put on the table with respect to V2G? How has the company sketched out any sort of V2G plan?
We've sketched it out as explaining that the school systems or their contractors will be able to use the buses as they see fit. We're not looking to interfere with their operations at all, and that we will ensure that the buses are route ready, which means they're fully charged and ready to go at the designated times.
Okay. And you say that both school districts have expressed interest in doing that, correct?
So with Frederick County, we've spoken with Frederick County directly. With Montgomery County, we've spoken with their contractor.
Okay. And you understand from those communications that both school districts or contractors are interested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked about the participation agreements and the fact that the V1G and V2G will be spelled out, whatever form that takes, in these participation agreements. Has the company developed language for V2G for the agreements that it hopes to enter into?
What do you mean language for V2G?
Well, you described the participation agreement will consist of terms and conditions, duties and responsibilities. Has the company developed language around that for V2G?
We have not written the program agreement yet.
If you could, Mr. Gretheimer, please turn to page 16 of your testimony. And if you could take a couple minutes, please, and look at the basically this entire page. Question starts on line 1, and your response goes through line 21.
Okay.
Okay, I want to focus in on these three conditions that you identify for where V2G will be utilized. And I'm looking now at lines 6 through 9 of your testimony. You say V2G will be utilized at school bus depots and other locations where 1, the contractor possesses site control for at least the duration of the pilot. 2, the existing electrical infrastructure is economically reasonably capable of handling 60 kilowatts per vehicle. And 3, any necessary site upgrades would not exceed the budgeted amount. Has the company determined that both the Frederick County site and the Montgomery County site that we just discussed meet these 3 criteria?
Preliminarily, I would say yes.
Okay. And category or condition 3 is budgeted amount. Where are the budgeted amounts for the site upgrades? Do those exist today?
So the budget contains like a buildup of costs, and so based on Potomac Edison's experience deploying DC fast chargers, as well as its knowledge of infrastructure, obviously, we have an estimate, an average cost, if you will, of installing infrastructure and on both sides of the meter. So there's a like an average amount. EV charging is notoriously, variable from site to site, and so it's conceivable that there could be. So it's what's more than conceivable. I mean, there could be locations that are, cost prohibitive. That's not the case at Frederick. We've no reason to think that's the case at Frederick or Montgomery County.
Okay, and when you talk about site upgrades here, we're talking about make-ready infrastructure, basically load side and line side?
Yes.
Okay. You go on to talk about, and this is at lines 9 to 12, how there may be some locations where the infrastructure necessary to support V2G is uneconomical or impractical. You keep some examples here, and then starting at line 13, in such cases, the company would demonstrate the benefits of V1G, which falls within the penumbra of vehicle-to-grid integration, providing the incentive for the vehicle and basic non-V2G charging is consistent with the spirit of the Climate Solutions Now Act and Maryland's efforts to electrify school buses. You're not suggesting here, are you, that the company may do only V1G and that's sufficient to meet the goals of the Climate Solutions Now?
I'm not
correct?
suggesting that.
Okay.
Correct.
Mr. Granum, I'm going to mark OPC Exhibit 2. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Krautheimer, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And this is the benefit cost analysis that the company performed in support of its application, correct?
Yes.
And this was attached as Exhibit 1 to Ms. Stephanie Fall's direct testimony, correct?
Yes. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, please, to Table 2 of this benefit cost analysis. This is the next to last page.
Okay.
Now, this is the benefit cost analysis specific to a V2G, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the top two lines are utility program administration costs and utility program implementation costs. Those lines are blank, correct?
They appear to be, yes.
Okay. How is it that the company won't have any costs associated with administering and implementing the V2G program?
Well, I'll need to get back to you on that answer.
Okay, you don't know.
I can't answer the question in the context of the BCA today.
Okay, that's fine. If you could just turn to the application, the company's application in this case. If you turn to page 20. Direct your attention, please, to Table 1, which is the company's proposed pilot budget.
Okay.
There is no line item here for V2G, correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the V2G costs are embedded in some of these other, or one or more of these other lines?
V2G, isn't a cost it's the purpose of the program. V2G is the outcome. It's why the whole pilot exists. Everything here is designed to either be a cost or a benefit in furtherance of determining the operational, technical, and financial feasibility of V2G consistent with the statute.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that the last line of this budget, company pilot program expenses, that would encompass V2G in some form?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in the creation of these budgets? And I'm looking at it's $300,000 for 2024. You know, a little more than $300,000 for each year of the pilot.
Yes.
Okay. How did you determine what those costs were and whether they would be sufficient for the company to do what it needs to do regarding V2G?
These are the two personnel assigned to the project. So one FTE and one contractor is what that last row is.
Okay.
And it's an inflation adjustment after the first year.
Okay. So the assumption is whatever is being paid to the employee and the contractor as part of their duties, they would do whatever the V2G project turns out to be.
That they will be supporting the pilot, exactly.
Okay. So I think one last question, Mr. Krauthammer. You've been a part of this pilot application from the beginning. The application was filed in January of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And it's now October 4th. Has the company, like at the time, the company did not have a specific V2G proposal, and it sounds as though the company still doesn't. Is that correct?
We had a proposal when we filed it, and we still have a proposal today.
Okay.
The proposal is Frederick County and Montgomery County to start at least, and then the other 5 counties, we hope to have participation by all.
Okay.
We know basically that we have 2 now. That's the pilot.
Okay.
We can't sign a program agreement until the pilot's approved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Krauthammer. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, LCV.
No questions.
MEA? Staff?
Yes, I have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Krauthammer.
Good morning.
I'd like to start off by directing you to page 17 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Page, I'm sorry, what page?
17.
Okay.
You state that PE is amenable to including certain evaluation metrics recommended in intervenor testimony in regards to V2G.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
Are there any metrics included to evaluate the grid support provided from the V2G capabilities?
The metrics are like some of the items that I described earlier in response to Mr. Shebus' questions. The metrics are, this state of charge, the times of day, grid conditions, everything that goes into determining whether power should be going into or coming out of a battery, along with other environmental conditions such as temperature, elevation, driver behavior like braking, acceleration, things of that nature. Anything that would affect the battery or whether energy should be coming in or going out of the battery.
Okay, how about any metrics to evaluate grid support provided by the V2G capabilities?
So the ability of the battery to provide grid support is a finding that we will be able to make after looking at all the measurements and observations we take.
So when do you plan on having that data available?
Well, there are annual reports called for in the statute,
So on an annual basis.
no less frequently than that.
Okay. Does PE at all plan to monitor and measure peak loading on grid resources,
Yes.
such as nearby EV charging facilities?
We, all the measurements that Potomac Edison currently monitors, on the grid will continue to be monitored.
How about as a V2G having the effects on a percentage of peak?
Numbers such as peak that are known, will continue to be known. The amount of energy being brought into or discharged from the battery will also be known, so that math could be performed.
I wanted to also chat a bit about V1G versus V2G.
Okay.
Do you believe V1G satisfies the mandate set out in the statute of PUA 7217C5, which states allowing the investor-owned electric company to use the storage batteries of electric school buses to access the stored electricity through vehicle-to-grid technology?
I do, and the reason for that is that although today I can't say with certainty that we could get a V2G charger that would be like technically, and economically suitable for a residence, it could happen next week. In other words, we fully expect these types of chargers to be available sooner rather than later. And so starting now with studying the behavior of electric school buses at park-out locations will inform us, enable us to get a head start on collecting that data, because really it's not a matter of if but when V2G will be possible at those locations. In the meantime, we want to do what we can, and so that would be V1G.
So you believe V1G would satisfy that part of the statute?
What the V2G pilot and the CSNA calls for determining whether electric school buses are operationally, technically, and financially feasible resources. Buses are parked at a variety of locations, including drivers' homes and park-out locations. We need to understand how the buses operate at those locations now, so that when the chargers are available, we'll already have a head start on collecting the data. So yes.
Isn't it true that with V2 charging, electrons don't flow outside of the school bus, though? Isn't it more of a smart charging mechanism?
Correct, but there's still loads on the system, and it's important for Potomac Edison to understand how these non-traditional residential loads, they're not going to be residential loads, but they'll be significant loads at residential at properties that serve, that have houses on them, and so it's important to understand that.
Will all the buses that are part of the pilot be capable of V2G?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned in response to OPC Cross that assessing the operational, financial, and technical feasibility of V2G is the sole purpose of the pilot.
I didn't say it's the sole purpose, but that's the general description of the purpose. I think that those three cover. I believe they cover just about everything, but it's not a narrowly defined mission. It's V2G is still very early, so we look forward to learning things that finding out things that we don't even know we're looking for yet.
So how can PE fulfill the purpose without conducting V2G operations?
V2G operations, can you define what you mean, please, by V2G operations?
Yes. Having electricity flow out of the school buses to support the grid.
Okay, so what's your question, please?
So, how can PE satisfy a purpose, one of the main purposes of the pilot, without having a V2G operation in place?
We do have it in place. What we're going to do is as I described, we're going to work with the school systems to have the buses deployed with the chargers and the technology. We're going to observe how the school systems use the buses. We're going to be in close communication with them about when the buses are dispatched to their routes and when they return and when they need to go out again, which happens multiple times a day. We're going to take that information along with data points such as the state of charge, so we know how much energy it's going to need when. We'll know how much energy needs to be put back by when, or how much energy may be available to discharge before it's recharged. Or maybe it could even be charged and then discharged and then charged. These are all things that we aim to find. Based on those findings, at certain times, a signal will be sent and energy will be discharged. We can't say now when exactly those times will be, because that's the purpose of the pilot.
Okay. I'd now like to direct you to an OPCDR. Do you have those available with you?
No, all I have is the file testimony and what was given to me as the exhibits.
Okay. Number 117. Let me see if I have that.
I don't think I have that one.
That's okay. So in this DR, there was an attachment included where a park out charger was categorized as being budgeted as a DC 30 kilowatts. Considering it's 30 kilowatts, what would the power requirements for such a charger be?
That's not my recollection. That's not my recollection of a park out charger. But we could go with this as an example if you like. So your question again, please.
So if a charger has a DC of 30 kilowatts, what would the power requirements be for such a charger?
Can we just confirm that?
Thank you.
Can you just refresh my recollection by showing me that, please?
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I ask what discovery response are we talking about here?
This is OPC 117.
And you do not have copy. You have one copy. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so the park out charger, okay.
So it's marked as DC 30 kilowatts for that park out charger. Now I'm asking, do you know what the power requirements for such a charger would be?
What do you mean the power? I'm not a distribution system engineer, so I don't think that's a question that's within my area of expertise.
Okay, I'll move on. Discussing load management. Would you agree that there's a difference between load management as opposed to injecting power into the grid?
Load management isn't really a technical term, so I would not agree with. I wouldn't agree necessarily with that statement.
So, you believe load management then would also include putting power back into the grid?
Yes. It could.
Have you worked with school buses previously, and in what districts?
I have not worked with school systems directly.
School buses.
I've not worked with school buses.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, there are very few pilots that have occurred out there right now. I have extensive experience with charging infrastructure.
At your position with the Alliance for Transportation Electrification, do you represent any school bus manufacturers?
Daimler Truck is a member of the Alliance, and I believe Thomas Built is a subsidiary of Daimler, as I recall.
Yes. Considering this involvement, do you see any possible conflict of interest here?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, but Ms. Fall will have me fired if I don't clarify for the record that OPC Exhibit 2, the cost-benefit analysis, is actually an exhibit to the application, which went into the record as Company Exhibit 1 this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I beg your pardon. And while I'm talking, Your Honor, I'm neglected to move OPC's exhibits into evidence, so OPC would request to move into evidence OPC 1 and OPC 2.
But on 2, I mean, isn't that already in the record? I mean, through...
It is, I guess, yes.
Yeah. So we'll just do 1. Otherwise, we'll have it twice. Okay, so admitted. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Crowder.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of questions. I think they're kind of building more off Mr. Sivas's questions. Just again, going to this program design, pilot design.
Okay.
I was just interested in, you've said a couple times the singular purposes, the grid to vehicle to grid, and you might also include V1G. So just trying to reconcile what I heard from Mr. Jones this morning. With this program agreement. You said you have not drafted it yet; it's not ready. But
Right.
do you expect that it'll be, a singular document for everyone, and that it will specifically state that this is the program, and all participants will be expected to participate in the V2G or V1G program?
I mean, V2G will be like it is the essence of the program.
Yeah, I got that. But I just want to know, I just got the impression that it was going to be a, one-on-one negotiation with each of the school districts, and then, they would participate or not participate. But I'm hearing now that you're saying that there will be a participant agreement, and they will have to, any participant will have to participate in the V2G, V1G program.
Any participant will have, so you're asking me if any participant would have to participate, would have to allow us to do
Right,
V2G?
because that is the singular
That
reason
is-
for your doing it in the
that
first
is the
place.
yes.
Okay, so that will be, if someone, participant refuses to sign that, then they're out of the program.
With the exception of like the park outs where we may do where V1G would be a suitable placeholder as we continue to collect data pending the availability of a V2G charger.
Okay. And then just looking at the service territory, I'm interested in the actual, the program.
Yes.
Are you aware that there might be some places that, particularly in the BGE Montgomery County area, maybe even Carroll, I don't know much about, but I've become aware that some school districts have already moved forward with getting and are about to procure some of these electric school buses. They could be in PE service territory.
Correct.
Have you envisioned a kind of a bring your own bus type of program like we have, sort of, so that again that you may have participants that you will not have to incentivize or pay for any of their buses?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Well, first, we certainly look forward to the counties bringing more buses in addition to the 28 that we hope to incentivize. That some counties already are, to your point. But because of the complexity involved in any V2G deployment, let alone one that's at multiple locations with multiple school systems and like multiple logistics coordinators and different terrains across a large service territory. Because we're going to be working with multiple counties, it's very possible we'll be working. They may each choose to buy buses from different manufacturers. Those they may choose to buy chargers
Yeah,
from
and
different
I get all that.
manufacturers.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
No.
but just in your program design, I mean, have you? It seems like just it's not quite crystallized yet. It seems like as far as the singular purpose, and that is the V2G. And I just want to find out if you are thinking in terms of again, this is a Maryland statewide program, okay, and you have multiple counties, and so therefore, are you looking at how you might maximize this opportunity to truly involve all the different cases in your service territory?
I mean, the reason I started off with that detailed
Okay, sorry to
description.
interrupt.
Sorry, no, you didn't at all. I mean, I should have started off my response with, let me give you a little bit of background. Yeah, it's very complicated.
And I get
There's
that.
so many moving parts. So while in a perfect world, we'd say, sure, like let's just, if you have any other electric buses, like we'll bring them in. Like that would be optimal. However, if it were that easy, we probably wouldn't even be here having a pilot because you'd be able to, everybody would already know everything. Things are so complicated and so variable. Buses change from year to year. Chargers. Network system operators, integrations are complicated, standards keep evolving. So as complicated as this pilot's going to be, we really can't make it more complicated by expanding beyond the 28 buses. That's our plan for now. Now, if it so happens that someone else buys another of the exact buses with the exact same charger and the exact same network and is parked at the same place, could it be incorporated? I mean, we wouldn't say today no, but it's not our expectation that that's going to happen.
Okay. And again, since your company does cover multiple counties that are served also by BGE
Yes.
and PEPCO, have there been any discussion at all in the program design, what their programs might look like, and how, again, since this is a Maryland state approach, that you might coordinate in some fashion what the pilot results might be to have some kind of, uniformity, I suppose.
And we're certainly aware of BG&E's application. And you're right, there's a lot of overlap, especially in that, Carroll, Howard, Montgomery area, exactly in that area. But, it's only 2 pilots right now for the state. So, while certainly, I anticipate that we'll, compare notes with our counterparts in BG&E, in terms of like reports, I think the commission would probably benefit from us each producing our own report with our own findings.
Okay.
Does that answer that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm again just trying to approach this, looking. Some of it's behind it is just the whole the BCA. Are there ways that we can find to provide some ratepayer relief from this budget? Because it seems like there are a lot of things happening that may not have been incorporated yet.
What I
into
will
your program.
Well, I mean, what I will say about the BCA, Commissioner Richard, is that we took a pretty conservative approach. I mean, from every angle, really. 28 buses, 1 FTE, 1 contractor, a little bit of support to the school systems. There are decisions that we made in the BCA where we could have projected benefits, and others in other places, have or might. We didn't study every single. We took the Maryland specific BCA and we applied our views to that. And I'll say that there are decisions we made where we chose not to assign because we thought they were too speculative to put into our BCA as benefits. So we took a very realistic, conservative approach.
Okay. Well, let me just one more question. It was mentioned that there have been some other utilities, other places where they have already begun to, either have a pilot or implemented this program. So, as far as it being a pilot, is it still a pilot?
It is.
Or could you please tell me what are we going to specifically learn from what you're proposing that we may already know?
I mean, it's very much a pilot. In our conversations with the industry, the general reaction has been, well, that's a lot of buses. compared to what's happened out there so far. The Con Edison pilot was like 5 years ago. It was 5 buses for 1 year in one location, very tightly constrained or controlled, with like very narrow, but positive. I mean, they were looking for good things, but it's very narrow. Ours is 28 buses, 5 years, 7 counties, far more complicated. And we're looking to the Con Ed proposal, for example, was looking at like what the impact of V2G was on batteries, like specifically. Because the CSNA directs us to perform a V2G study, like with a much broader scope, and so that enables us to that in a sense makes it harder because it doesn't tell us like exactly what to do, but in a sense it offers the opportunity for much richer findings because it enables us to like look for a lot of different things and really understand, like prove out this hypothesis as to whether electric school buses actually are good V2G resources. Like that's what we're going to find out. And it may turn out that some are, maybe they all are, maybe none are, maybe some are, some aren't, maybe some are in certain use cases, but not others. That's what we're going to find out.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr.
It's
Krauthammer.
it's definitely not been figured out yet.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Krauthammer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. So, okay, the counties we're talking about here, of course, are Montgomery and Frederick, and you're confident, and I have to say I am also, that they will participate in a V2G portion of the program. But the other counties, going from west to east, would be Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, Carroll, and Baltimore counties. Howard. Okay, not Baltimore County. Okay. Okay, and so let me begin by asking this question, if you know the answer. In these more rural counties, what proportion of the school buses are parked in front of people's homes? Do you know that?
So generally, what I can say is that, again, we'll go west to east. That's typically how we go also, how I go at least. Garrett has no depots.
No depots.
No depots.
That was going to be my next question.
And they own no buses. So 100% contractor, and they have a relatively small number of buses, like I think fewer than 100. I forget the exact number. It's in one of our. So they're parked at homes and maybe some small commercial lots or like kind of scattered.
Okay.
No specific place. Allegheny has one parking lot where they park approximately 28 buses. Then they contract out somewhere around 80 or 90 buses that are parked again, scattered. Both of those counties tend to, almost all their contractors have a very small number of buses, like low single digits each. The 28 buses in Allegheny County are parked at one facility, but they may be moving in like around within the next 2 years or so. They've told us they may be relocating that facility. Washington County has one depot. It is served at the distribution level by Hagerstown Power and Light. So it's not served by Potomac Edison, so it wouldn't be eligible for the pilot. Washington County does also park buses out at, they park their owned buses at locations like schools and other places around the county. And then they also have contractors who park their buses wherever they park their buses. So that would be, these park out locations are a little bit more challenging for us, or for any V2G. And then Frederick has a facility at the Hayward Road location where they park their 2 electric school buses, their training buses, their field trip buses, buses that are in for repair, and new buses that are coming in to be dispatched. And then also their small buses and their special ed buses. So we've spoken with them, and their plan is that the electric school buses would be parked where the current electric school buses are, just extending down the road. Carroll County has, and Howard both have exclusive contractors. So the county doesn't have depots to our knowledge, and we know that they have no county depots in our service territory. They have a handful of contractors park their buses in our service territory, and we do have those addresses. Montgomery County owns all of their buses, with the sort of caveat that their electric school buses are procured through a contract, so it's a different. It technically, legally, it's a little bit different than their regular diesel school buses. But they park at the depots that Montgomery County Public Schools operates. In our service territory, it's the Clarksburg Depot. I think that covered all.
No,
the areas.
it does. So this leads to my question is, I'm obviously a bit concerned about V1G. Until an hour and a half ago, I hadn't even heard the term, so I have to ask, is there such a thing as V3G and V4G?
maybe wireless is, I don't know. That's a good,
Okay,
I've not heard that
I had
either.
to ask because you just never know. But here's my concern. My concern is that some of these Western Maryland counties are going to take the attitude of well, obviously we're not going to do V2G in the instances of school buses that are parked in front of people's homes. I can understand that. But what if they take the attitude of saying, even in our depot in Allegheny County, we only want to do V1G? What would be the view of Potomac Edison with respect to that?
Yeah, that wouldn't, that wouldn't work.
Okay, so you would feel that that would evade the purpose of the statutes that establish the pilot?
Yeah, it's a V2G pilot.
Okay, all right. Wow, okay. Between everybody's questioning, I think I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Flippin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krauthammer.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up on Commissioner Barvey's question so that I can get clarity. So it's always going to be V2G, but you will have a V1G option to the extent it makes sense, and then you're going to gather data and then be able to present that. There are going to be times perhaps the grid is going to be constrained and doesn't need any more, but actually needs less charging at that moment.
Right.
So you'll do managed charging.
Correct. And
Okay.
the expectation is that V1G would be migrated to V2G when it becomes, if it becomes available and economical.
Okay, now I'm confused again, because I thought that, and that's what I heard earlier, that there were going to be options, that you were going to start with V1G
Right.
and then move to V2G.
If it's only these very discrete park out locations where that would be a potential scenario.
The V1G.
Right.
And I don't understand why that's going to be in the pilot. I mean, we know managed charging works now, and so I mean, I can understand the situation where you have V2G, but you want to include V1G because you want to get further data. Because there may be situations where it doesn't make sense to do V2G, you want to do V1G. I'm not understanding why we would allow for V1G if this is a V2G pilot.
Well, so like I said, I mean, the expectation is that there are going to be V2G chargers to be able to deploy at those locations, but they're not yet. And so all we can do, if we want to include these other counties, is offer a V1G solution, which fortunately does provide us with a lot of good data about the use of park out school buses, which hasn't really been studied, to my knowledge, anywhere.
Well, but we do know that managed charging works.
Right, but electric school buses are like very special loads.
Right, but we could have that but that's not this pilot, and so I'm concerned that you're diluting the value of the pilot. There's no question that managed charging is really important.
Right.
I agree, and to the extent that PE wants to offer that as a program beyond just regular EVs to school bus EVs, then you can bring that to us to review. But that's not what this is, and I'm worried about diluting the value of vehicle to grid by putting some of the focus of the pilot on a V1
Right,
solution.
so I understand. So the statute does give the commission the discretion to expand the scope. So if you were to allow some V2G under the types of conditions that we've described, it wouldn't be contrary to your authority under the statute. So you could do it if you wanted to.
Well, we could do a lot of different things. I'm just,
I'm just saying.
but it is diluting the value of this program if we start to expand it to have exceptions.
It's just one use case, one piece of equipment that would be different. We would still learn about how electric school buses, like where they are, when, and how much energy and power they have at those different times of day, and different times of year. And we'll also be able to overlay that with the grid conditions on the relatively like remote feeders that they may very well be on, so that we can model from our findings as to how the buses are operated in these conditions vis-a-vis like the local more sparsely built out grid. So it's actually very important findings that we could determine.
But there's a lot of different findings that we're constantly making, and there's a lot of data that we need. I'm just saying that this is a very specific pilot, and by doing the V1 approach, you're diluting the value of this for purposes of trying to determine how much support this program can give to the grid.
Well, by looking at the bus's capabilities, will be as part of the like typically if the customer was installing just a standard unidirectional charger, they would submit a service agreement to get power at that location. If it's a V2G, it would be an interconnection services request. That entails a different type of analysis by Potomac Edison to support. And so what we would do is, I expect that I haven't really discussed this detail, with Potomac Edison yet, but my expectation is that due to the nature of the pilot being focused on V2G, and with the understanding that the V1G charger is really there only as a placeholder, we would, that we might model it like as it would be a V2G situation, so that we can report back to the Commission and the General Assembly about like how the way an electric school bus operates would work at one of these locations, because sooner or later the buses are going to be there.
Okay, so at this point now, you have interest from Frederick and Montgomery County, and in those situations, it's only going to be vehicle to grid, and maybe some managed charging if there's an opportunity to learn from that. But there it's going to be just vehicle to grid.
It's going to be vehicle to grid in Frederick and Montgomery, and I'll just add that because the other counties don't have depots, but the costs get allocated across the whole service territory, we really thought it would be equitable to do everything we can to have the benefits spread across and have buses in all the counties to the extent possible. We didn't want to structure the program in a way that would effectively preclude buses in any single county from participating.
Right, and there may be, and in that situation, there may be, it may make sense to have another pilot that looks to situations where you don't have a depot, where you have buses parked at home, and it may be that vehicle to grid doesn't make economic sense there. There you would have something different, but that wouldn't be this pilot.
Well, I mean, we do think that there are some very significant potential findings that could arise out of even a V1G installation in the limited locations that we expect it to be.
I don't doubt that. I'm just trying to, there's only so much you can put into each pilot, and then it loses its value. If you encounter resistance or disinterest from the other counties, and so you just have the pilot for Montgomery and Frederick, are you going to allocate all of the buses to those counties? So it'll be like 14 and 14.
So yeah, I mean, I would not characterize our outreach as having received disinterest. I mean,
no, but at the end of the day, if you only get those two counties to actually sign the agreement, and
so we've structured the program in a way to maximize the opportunity for counties that may not be ready to move today. So, like we've budgeted only 2 buses in the first year, and then we've these are penciled in numbers. All the numbers are they're penciled in terms of the allocation. They may be accelerated or, slowed down depending on the needs of, the program. But the idea is that we'll refresh our survey of all the counties to gauge the expected interest in asking for incentives. And so based on the new numbers that we receive if the pilot's approved, we'll then, make an allocation for the first year. And if someone says, hey, like, we're not ready in the first year, but we'd like one in, like, the second year, like, we'll pencil them in for that. Okay? So we'll hold them in reserve to prevent any early movers from saying, yeah, I'd like 25. So we don't want to give them all out in the beginning. We're going to spread out the allocation of incentives to allow counties that may not be ready to move now later. So we'll give them a opportunity to place a reservation. We'll automatically hold it for one additional year, and then if they don't act or re-up, then it would be reallocated.
Okay, and how many buses do you need to be able to get the kind of data that you need?
We've determined that 28.
But I'm talking about that first year. I mean, it's not going to be 4. I mean, you're going to have 2 buses in Frederick and 2 buses in Montgomery. That's not going to give you a lot of data.
No, right, but well, I mean, the number of buses. I mean, right in the calendar, we're already at a different place now than we expected to be. We expected that the program would already be up and running, so the years kind of, we penciled in 2 for the first year, expecting that the program would be approved by October 1st, and then we'd take those orders, and they'd be in 2024. So, it may turn out to be that there are more in the first year because the first year will actually be longer than just 3 months, which is what we expected at the beginning.
Okay, but I guess the question for me, and maybe you're not going to be able to answer it, is what do you think is sort of that threshold number of buses that you're going to need in your program to really start to see data that is useful?
Well, I mean, we need event at scale. We need all 28.
Okay, but is it do you start to see meaningful data at 5, at 10, at?
It's hard to say. I think that's it's an interesting question, and as I'm thinking here about how I'm going to answer it, I'm thinking that that's kind of the purpose of the pilot. That's part of the findings. I think we will find out if the behavior or the capabilities change as more buses are added to a fleet.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
I actually think let me ask this. I mean, I assume that these V2G devices can be used for V2 programming if needed. So you could theoretically have a device that toggles back and forth between the 2 states, correct?
So V1G refers to active load management. So we either send a signal to the charger to charge, assuming the vehicle needs energy, or like to stop charging if it is charging. That's V1G. So yes, that capability, it's a timer essentially, if you will, is built into a V2G charger.
So there could be a scenario where a V2G, a bus plugged in Montgomery County in the Clarksburg depot is plugged in using a V2G charger, but in some instance it's really behaving more like a V1G.
V2G is like it's those moments when energy is being exported from the battery into someplace else. There's V to X, V to H, V to B, V to G. So that's V2. So I'm sorry, your question.
So basically, these V2G devices can operate as both.
Yeah, a V2G charger can do like managed charging, and it can, and as part of that, it can send a signal to the bus to export energy, and then in addition to having the like IT capability of receiving this signal and then sending it to the bus, there's also hardware in the charger, if you will, which is I'm not an engineer, so I don't want to use words that are not right, but they're mechanically different, electronically different
Okay.
as well as technologically different.
And my last question is there a price difference between V1G and V2G devices?
There is.
And I assume V2G is more expensive?
Correct.
Substantially so?
Like approximately 2 to 3 times as much as,
That qualifies as substantial.
at today's pricing, Commissioner Barve. But I will say there are, I would say that number, but V to G, a lot of V to G chargers are designed a little bit differently than like the chargers that we may see. So these DC chargers, they have like power modules.
The big batteries.
Sometimes they're integrated. Well, not batteries, but they're power modules that invert from between AC and DC. And so they're often like off to the. Sometimes they're integrated into the dispenser, the hose, but sometimes they're like in cabinets, kind of off to the side. And so sometimes they're off. A lot of times in these fleet situations, especially, the power modules are off to the side, and they come in increments of 30 kilowatts, 60 kilowatts, 90, 120, or 50, 100, 150, whatever the increments are, dictated by the number of power modules in the power cabinet. And so then what you can do is you can have like multiple dispensers potentially per cabinet or per module. So if you have a 60 kilowatt power cabinet, you could just put one dispenser on that power cabinet, and then the bus is capable of 60 kilowatts. Or you could put 2 dispensers on it, and then they're each capable of 30, or you do the math. So that's why when I gave you that number a moment ago, I wanted to provide that caveat, because pricing chargers is like can be surprisingly complicated because there are so many different configurations.
Shocker. Okay. Thank you.
So have you been in the meetings between the company and the counties?
Yes.
So you've been to all the meetings?
Yes.
So you've got interest from Montgomery and Frederick County.
Yes.
But what's the reaction been from the other counties?
Well, I mean, the conversations, they've been broadly positive.
But given the fact that the other counties don't have depots, is that considered to be a big barrier to making this happen?
Yes.
Okay.
But they have expressed, for the most part, an interest in facilitating communication between us and their contractors to help their contractors take advantage of the incentives.
Okay. And you think it's going to be possible to implement this pilot project, emphasizing the V2G aspect of it in these situations that don't have depots?
The short answer is I do believe that it's possible.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So before we turn to the next witness, I guess the question I got is this somebody who's going to take a while?
OPC's cross is relatively brief, Your Honor.
We don't have any cross for this witness.
We don't have any cross for the witness.
Oh, okay. Well, let's move on to Ms. Fall. So.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Hey, could you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Stephanie Fall, STEPHANIE FALL.
And could you state the address of your company?
76 South Main Street, Akron, Ohio 44308.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fall.
Good afternoon.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Stephanie L. Fall, consisting of 6 pages?
I'm assuming I do, but let me check.
You do. Yes. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 5.
So, Mark?
Ms. Fall, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Stephanie L. Fall, consisting of 6 pages?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Potomac Edison Exhibit 6.
So marked.
Ms. Fall, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
We would respectfully move P Exhibits 5 and 6 into evidence.
So admitted.
Your Honor, I promise it was very brief, but I would like to ask leave to for a bit of live rejoinder, if that's okay.
Okay.
Ms. Fall, can you please turn, I think it's in the other binder, to the surrebuttal testimony of Courtney Lane that was filed on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel? And I am on page 11. Okay. Beginning at line 12, Ms. Lane concedes that up until the filing of her surrebuttal testimony, she had been silent on an alternative cost recovery proposal to that put forth by the company. Do you see that?
I do.
And beginning on line 14, she now offers, quote, expensing could be accomplished through a surcharge rider similar to the Empower Maryland programs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please respond?
Yes, the company is perfectly fine with a surcharge mechanism. The reason that Potomac Edison proposed the regulatory asset recovery method is because that is the current method being used in EV Phase 1. Actually, Potomac Edison did propose surcharge recovery in EV Phase 1, and the commission ordered the regulatory asset, and we just followed that methodology in this case.
Thank you. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
OPC.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fall. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I will be brief, I promise. I just have a handful of questions, really just geared at making sure we understand what the company's cost recovery proposal is.
Okay.
So just start at the basic level. The company's proposed budget for this pilot includes both capital expenditures and program costs, or operating and maintenance expenditures.
That's correct. It's a small amount of capital.
Right. It's like 10.3 million plus of O&M, and that's for a court reporter. It's capital O and M, and 85,000 of capital.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And the company is proposing to record all of these costs, both the capital expenditures and the non-capital program costs, to a regulatory asset.
Correct.
Okay. And for the capital expenses, the company's proposing that while they're in the regulatory asset, they will earn a return at the company's currently authorized rate of return.
Correct.
Okay. Will that capital investment be depreciated while it's in the regulatory asset as well?
No, it would be depreciated once it moves into rate base.
Okay. But the premise for earning the rate of return while it's on the regulatory asset is that by then it is used and useful, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's in the regulatory asset. The capital investment earns the company's currently authorized rate of return. It's not depreciated, and then in the next rate case that the company has, the company will seek to move whatever that balance is into rate base.
Correct.
And after it's moved into rate base, at that point it would earn the authorized return, the rate of return that's authorized in that next rate case, and be depreciated.
Correct.
Okay. Turning to the program cost, to the non-capital costs, you said that they'll also be recorded to the regulatory asset as they're made during the pilot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. While those while those expenses are in the regulatory asset, does the company plan to seek carrying costs for those in its next rate case?
The company would propose to roll the regulatory asset into rate base, and at that time, the regulatory asset would earn a return at the company's then ordered rate of return on the unamortized balance. But while the O&M costs are sitting in the regulatory asset until the next base rate case, those O&M expenses would not earn a return.
Okay, so neither a return nor, I mean, there's no difference in your mind between earning a return and accruing carrying costs?
They would earn neither, but no.
Okay. And then again, in the next rate case, the company will seek to move that regulatory asset, sort of less the capital costs, which are sort of separately being moved. That regulatory asset, the sort of O&M portion, the company would seek to move that into rate base and then amortize it over 5 years at the company's then authorized rate of return.
It would be amortized over a period of time. I can't sit here today and say what that period of time would be or what that proposal would be. But yes, at that time, the unamortized portion would earn a return.
Okay, but the company did not propose 5 years in the application?
You know what? I actually might have, because that's what our EV phase
Okay.
1. So yes,
Okay.
I apologize
Thank
for that.
you, no worries. Now, the company has not estimated a total revenue requirement associated with program costs, either the total capital cost or the cost of the regulatory asset, correct?
Correct.
And the company has also not estimated what the revenue requirement would be if the regulatory asset did not earn a return and if those costs were instead expensed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just one last question, but the company does not support expensing its program costs. The company's application is to earn a return on that regulatory asset after it's incorporated into rate base.
The company proposed a regulatory asset because that is what historically has been approved in EV cases, and also I would mention our battery storage pilot that we currently have in place. The company is supportive of a surcharge, as I stated earlier in the live rejoinder testimony. We have no issues with a surcharge recovery and expensing those costs in the years that they incurred and recovering them in the year incurred. That's just not what we proposed because it's not historically what has been ordered in EV or battery storage type cases.
Okay. And in a situation where the O&M expenses go into the regulatory asset, but then in the next rate case, instead of those being installed into rate base and earning a return, the company would oppose those being expensed at that point, correct?
Yes, because if we sit here today and the company invests money, we're just use this hypothetically today, and then the next rate case is in 5 years, and then the amortization is another 5 years, the time value of money comes into play, and the company has just allowed those dollars to be invested and just sit there now for approximately 11 years.
Okay. But in time value money, isn't that what carrying costs are about?
The rate of return would cover that.
Okay. But the company has not estimated a revenue requirement for if the company received carrying costs at a certain percentage, whether it's weighted average cost of capital or cost of debt, company has not estimated what the cost of the regulatory asset would be at that point when it goes into the next rate case.
No. We have modeled what we have proposed is similar to what has been approved historically by the commission.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
LCV?
No questions.
MEA?
No question.
Staff?
No questions.
Redirect?
None.
Commissioner Barve?
No questions.
Commissioner Richard?
Just quickly, have you done any kind of a ratepayer analysis for if we were to go ahead and do the surcharge? It looks like we'd have about 300, is that, look at the numbers correctly. So it would be about 2 million the first year, 2 million. So I guess that would be the amount we would try to recover each year in a surcharge.
Correct.
Have you done any kind of a ratepayer analysis what that would come to?
No, what the company would do is if a surcharge mechanism was approved, we would come in with a filing, similar to any surcharge filing, where interveners would have the ability to file comments on that filing, the allocation methods, items like that. But no, we have not done any analysis.
Okay. I mean, would it be unreasonable to ask for just like a ballpark before the end of this proceeding or before we close the record, just to get a sense of what the difference would be between ratepayers, paying for a regulatory asset after the next rate case, or if we were just to pay these costs as we go in a surcharge?
I think we could do some high-level analysis based off what our rate of return is today.
Okay.
With assuming that's what the rate of return would be in the next rate case, and then if we had a surcharge, just what the first year could look like, or do you want it over the 5-year period?
Well,
I mean, it'd
what
probably
would
be
most,
roughly the same.
Yeah, it would be most useful, I guess,
Yeah.
to compare. I guess I'm most interested in knowing what the ratepayer impact would be if we were to pay as we go, versus, I guess, an amortization.
Yeah, I think we could do a high-level,
5-year amortization.
rough analysis.
Okay, I would personally find that useful as
Okay.
you look at the recovery. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a break for lunch, and I guess we'll come back at 1:45. Okay, you ready? Okay. Okay, back on the record for 9741. We're going to change up the program a little bit and take OPC's witness now before MEA. So,
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, Your Honor and Commissioners. OPC calls to the stand Ms. Courtney Lane. Ms. Lane, can you...
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state your first and last name for the record?
It's Courtney Lane, Courtney. Last name is Lane.
And could you give us your business address, please?
It is 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts 02139.
Thank you.
Ms. Lane, could you please state the name of your employer?
Synapse Energy Economics.
And what position do you hold at Synapse?
I'm a senior principal.
Ms. Lane, do you have with you today a document titled The Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated August 23rd, 2024?
I do.
Does that document contain 40 pages of narrative testimony and 2 exhibits?
It does.
Your Honor, I would like to mark the direct testimony of Courtney Lane and the exhibits attached to it as OPC Exhibit 2.
3.
3.
Yeah. Because you marked the...
Oh, I did.
But we didn't admit it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Lane, do you have before you a document titled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated September 27th, 2024?
I do.
Does that document contain 11 pages of narrative testimony and 1 exhibit?
It does.
Your Honor, I would like to mark the surrebuttal testimony of Courtney Lane as OPC Exhibit 4.
So, Mark.
Ms. Lane, were the documents that you've identified and that are before you now prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
They were.
Ms. Lane, do you have any corrections or other changes to make to your pre-filed testimonies?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And do you adopt the pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, OPC moves the documents marked as OPC Exhibits 3 and 4 that they be admitted into evidence.
So moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Tommy Edison.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. My name is Jessica Reba. I'm just going to ask you a few quick questions on behalf of the company. I'm going to focus my questions on your surrebuttal testimony at page 10, beginning on line 10. Here you continue to recommend that Potomac Edison, through its formal agreements with school systems, should require the school systems to deploy a certain percentage of buses to routes serving underserved community census tracts, correct?
Correct.
Have you done any analysis on what you would consider an appropriate percentage to be for Potomac Edison's service territory?
I think a place to start would be with the percent of census tracts identified as underserved communities. The other potential is when Potomac Edison meets with the school systems to work with them to identify how many of their total routes serve those communities and calculate a percentage that way. The important thing is that there's some accountability to the school district that they are actually going to deploy some of these buses to those communities.
And I think you agree in your testimony that the statute actually does squarely place that responsibility on the school districts, correct? You're saying we could also impose a requirement, but the statute does specifically impose a requirement on the school
Yes,
district.
it's silent on the utility, but it does say the school district should consider.
Right. Do you agree it's reasonable to expect over the course of a 5-year pilot that school districts are likely to change bus routes over that time due to shifting student demographics, new developments, et cetera? You would expect those routes could change?
Sure, but there's nothing prohibiting annual targets, so bus routes are usually pretty fixed for the entirety of a school year. So I think you could have annual percentage requirements, and perhaps each year of the pilot, you look at if there's changes and come up with a new idea of what percent could reasonably be deployed.
So your vision then is that, I think you answered my next question, that it would be Potomac Edison's responsibility to continuously monitor and somehow enforce this requirement?
I think if there is a requirement that a certain percentage or, at least one route goes to a underserved community, and then Potomac Edison requires the school system to report back to it, that's a trigger for accountability. It's just important to make sure that the school district understands that they have to comply with this responsibility, and you're putting reporting requirements upon them.
Okay. Were you here this morning for the testimony?
Yes.
So you heard the ongoing exchange about V1G versus V2G, and that ended in the realization that if the commission were to impose a requirement that the pilot focus specifically on V2G, that at least at the outset of the pilot, that would essentially limit participation to Montgomery and Frederick counties? Okay.
Yes.
And have you done any analysis on how the census tracts overlap with the bus depots that are eligible for participation in those two counties? And
No, I have not.
okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, LCV,
No questions.
MEA,
No question.
staff,
No questions.
Commissioner Sussman. Oh, actually, any redirect? Or?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a few questions. So in your testimony, you talk about how the V2G demonstration project really is not a demonstration project.
Yes.
And you talked about the fact that there's not an identification of data that you would like to see. So can you, now that you're on the stand, can you talk about the kinds of data that you would like to see come out of that demonstration project? And I mean, is it? Do you see that a detailed order from us would help to ensure that we get the kind of information that we need?
Sure. So I think before even getting to the data requirements, the company needs to figure out exactly what it's going to test. So, for example, are they looking at avoiding daily peaks over the summer? Are they deploying them every day during the summer, just a couple hours? Are they trying to improve load factor? Are they thinking about providing services and bidding into the PJM markets? Are they trying to time V2G, like battery discharge during times of peak demand or when emissions are high? Like, what is it exactly that they're trying to test? And then from that, you would figure out what data you have to obtain to, help support the outcome you're trying to test.
Okay, so Mr. when you were here this morning, so Mr. Krautheimer talked about how this is the purpose of the pilot is to actually get the data and then kind of figure out where the value is. But you're thinking that by at least identifying the kinds of things that we'd like to see come out of a pilot, that we have a better chance of then being able to have a successful pilot.
Yes, I mean, a definition of a pilot is really you have a hypothesis, you have an outcome you're trying to prove, you're trying to see how those results might help you scale in the future to an actual program across all these buses. So what is it you're really trying to prove? The other pilot applications I cite in my testimony, San Diego Gas and Electric, Con Edison, to name a few, they came in with proposals. We want to recruit, say, 10 buses. 4 of them, we won't call for V2G. We're going to test the incremental difference between the two. We're calling it for 3 hours every day in the summer. This is what we're trying to test. All of those details are missing from this
Okay.
proposal.
And you heard the discussion this morning about V1 to V2, from Ms. Reba, she talked about the fact that there may be communities where they're not ready for vehicle to grid, but so they would start with some kind of managed charging. Do you think that that's consistent with what the pilot is intended to do?
So I think the pilot, the CSNA specifically, I think wants to see V2G. My concern with removing V1G from the proposal is that if you are intending to provide rebates to these communities to purchase ESBs, and you're not going to provide them with the charging infrastructure that allows the utility to control the load on the system, then you're adding load without the ability to have some type of managed charging. So I think the question is, if you're going to allow the company to provide rebates to those communities, you would want to have the V1G availability so that that load can be controlled.
Okay, but that would sort of presuppose that you've made the decision to provide support for perhaps underserved communities. So if you sort of made that decision, you're going to need the V1 because they're not going to be ready for V2. And will that give you, do you think that will give us the kinds of information that will prove useful, sort of long-term?
I mean, I think it's always helpful to understand how buses in rural areas are like charging their vehicles, the time of day. So if more ESBs are adopted in those more rural service territories, utilities can plan more for how they might impact the grid.
Okay.
So I think it could be useful.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lane. I think Commissioner Suchman covered most everything, but I did want to find out from you, your recommendation is we do what? We order, I guess, the utility to come back with an update, a revision of their program. Is that what you're I guess, suggesting we do at this stage, or?
Yes, especially now that they've identified that Frederick and Montgomery counties seem on board for V2G. I think it's reasonable to say to the company, let's assess when peak demand occurs on those feeders, how many buses are those districts planning to install, like what are the grid impacts, what actual use case are you going to test, what are the hours, what are the implications, what data are you tracking. One thing that was concerning this morning was witness Krauthammer indicated when there wasn't costs associated with V2G and the BCA model and couldn't speak to specific costs associated with it. My understanding is response to some of my recommendations for additional tracking metrics that there could be costs associated with that. So the fact that the company has yet to identify specific tracking metrics for V2G, I don't think it's clear that we know there aren't additional costs associated with that. So this is the reason that V2G, the pilot to what they're going to test and track, should be more well thought out. So we have like clear visibility into the benefits and costs, the timeline, and what the outcome will be.
Okay. And at this point, the fact that they do serve part of Montgomery County, and I just did a quick look at the EPA bus program, and it appears Montgomery County is leading the country as far as taking advantage of the program, and I think they're number one county as far as electric buses at this point. So there probably is a particular part of that program, especially the V2G, that would be useful just for Montgomery County. But as far as trying to have a program that also looks at other aspects of the EPA program, and they are looking at rural areas and underserved areas, what recommendations specifically for to make sure that this conforms to what the legislature is requiring and in the CNSA, but they can actually serve other the larger part, if you will, of the PE service territory.
And how the proposal could be
Yeah, it just, yeah, I think that there's an element of wanting to again, look across the state and not just, I guess, look at one county that already is doing very well as far as integrating electric vehicles into their school districts.
Sure. Well, it sounds like the company has a plan for several of the counties and proposed budget for those counties. My concern is in the counties Carroll and Howard, Washington, that don't have budget included in the proposal, and that may face greater barriers with contracting for 100% of their buses. It's still a little unclear to me on how the marketing and education and meetings with those communities will actually incentivize ESB adoption. I don't know if we could get the company to provide more specifics, like, they'll meet with contractors, once a quarter. Here's a sample of our marketing materials that we're going to provide for outreach. I'm worried that some of those counties might be left behind.
Okay, and in your testimony, have you provided some specificity to the company in that, if we were as a commission to say, hey, you're on the right track, but we need more specificity in your proposal, I mean, do you provide some, I guess, input in your testimony that would help them come up with that program that you're describing for the further west counties?
Yeah, I did say I think it was my rebuttal testimony, that they need to develop marketing and outreach specific to the contractors to try and address those barriers that they've identified in their preliminary outreach.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Lane. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barvik.
No questions, thank you.
So, have you reviewed the BG&E bus pilot program?
Yes.
Okay. Is there enough? I'm assuming that part of the reason for creating this pilot is eventually the legislature wants this to be a permanent program. I mean, that's kind of been their track record on some of these other things where they've created pilots and then wanted to create a permanent program. And I know there's a lot of interest in generally in moving toward electric school buses. Is there enough similarity between the BG&E proposal and the PE proposal that we're going to get the kind of data set that would actually provide guidance to both us and the legislature about what a permanent program should look like, or are they so wildly different that...
So the tracking metrics, at least where I think we ended up in the BGE case, might be similar to what PE has agreed to within its rebuttal. I do think where the unknowns are in what kind of V2G information we'll have and be tracking. BGE also did not have a specific proposal for V2G use cases. They didn't identify any type of demonstration project, and the same for Potomac Edison. So that's the area where it's unsure what the utilities will be testing and what data they'll be gathering to that respect.
So is there a need for us to be a little more prescriptive now, or can we wait till we've seen some results and then try to adjust?
I think because these are 5-year pilots and there appears to be no firm plan for when and how the buses will be used for V2G, I would recommend that the commission require both utilities to file a specific plan for at least one use case for how they're going to test it and how they're going to track it. I think that's critically important.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. I think we're good, so thanks.
Great, thank you.
So, MEA.
And MEA calls Dr. Babatunde Idrisu to the stand.
Good afternoon, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the testimony that you're about to give? And could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record, please?
First name is Babatunde, that's B-A-B-A-T-U-N-D-E. My last name is Idrisu, I-D-R-I-S-U. 100 Washington Boulevard, Baltimore, Maryland, 21230.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Drisu. Do you have a copy of your direct testimony filed on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration that is 6 pages in length?
I do.
And was that filed on August 23rd of this year?
Yes, it was.
I would like to mark that as MEA Exhibit Number 1 for the record.
So marked.
Was this prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any changes or amendments to this document?
Yes, a minor change on the title page, changing the, it's marked August 23rd, 2023, so that should be 2024.
Okay, so that would be this year. And that was the date that this was filed, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. If you were asked the remaining questions besides the cover page in this document, would your answers today remain the same?
Yes.
And do you adopt this document as your testimony today?
Yes.
At this point, I would ask to admit this as MEA's Exhibit Number 1.
So admitted.
I have no direct questions.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions from OPC.
Staff?
No questions from staff.
Commissioner Richard?
Hey, you've had a chance to hear some of the testimony today. From your submitted testimony, it appears that generally MEA is supportive of the PE proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, generally.
Okay.
As we've heard today, there's still lack of specifics,
Okay.
concerns like the V2G, and it's like OPC mentioned just a few minutes ago. It'd be good to have some of those details, and to help inform the commission and help us get specific details as to what we're going to be testing and what kind of results we expect from this. I think it would be good for the commission to offer some guidance in that regard, to help the company to have an idea what they're going to be looking for. As time goes on with the 5-year pilot, we can always edit that, make changes here and there as results come out. But I think it'd be good to have some kind of direction as to what we want to find in the initial stages.
Okay, thank you for that. And so you're generally aligned with what you just heard from Ms. Lane from LPC. Is there anything that you'd add to that, or you have any particular issues that you'd like to see emphasized if we were to ask the company to update that proposal?
Not at this time.
Not at this time? Great. All right, thank you, Dr. Adjusu. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe?
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Commissioner Sussman?
I just actually have a single question, and you heard my questioning of Ms. Lane, OPC's witness, about the use of V1G, and she spoke about underserved communities that might not be able to utilize vehicles grid at the moment, but making sure that they are part of the process to allow them to use the V1G until they're sort of further along. So in terms of addressing the concerns about engagement of underserved communities, would you agree that perhaps in those circumstances V1G could be sort of that initial step towards a more robust infrastructure at a later date?
Yes, I do agree that it could be a transition kind of stage for communities that with different kind of bus systems, but I think it would be important maybe to have some kind of a timeline as to when that transition can take place.
Okay. So sort of anticipating that this is a transition,
Yes.
as opposed to being sort of the end result.
Yes.
So we could sort of do this, but with an understanding that the expectation is to move to V2G. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, staff?
Thank you. At this time, staff would like to call Matthew Hoyt to the stand.
swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you. Could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Sure. Matthew Hoyt, Matthew-Hoyt.
Okay, could you give us your business address, please?
Sure. 10480 Little Patuxent Parkway, Suite 300, Columbia, Maryland, 21044.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoyt. By whom are you employed?
Exeter Associates,
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
the technical staff of the Public Service Commission.
Do you have with you documents entitled Direct Testimony of Matthew Hoyt, consisting of 46 pages of testimony and 2 exhibits, as well as Reply Testimony of Matthew Hoyt, consisting of 18 pages of testimony?
I do.
Have these documents been pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony of Matthew Hoyt be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 1, and reply testimony of Matthew Hoyt be marked as Staff Exhibit 2.
So marked.
Were these documents prepared by you or prepared under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you'd like to make to the documents at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as stated in these documents?
They would.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that Staff Exhibit 1 and Staff Exhibit 2 be moved into evidence.
So admitted.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
MEA has no questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ready? Commissioner Barbe.
No questions.
Commissioner Richard.
I guess I'd ask the same question asked of MEA. So you've had an opportunity to hear from all the parties now. Do you, in reading your testimony, it appears you're generally aligned with OPC. Is that a correct statement in general?
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay, and then as far as if we were to ask PE to go back and maybe make some updates, you would agree with most of OPC, or to say all of OPC's recommendations?
For the most part, there's several recommendations that I don't address, and then there's a few additional recommendations.
Okay, and what would those additional recommendations be?
Sure. I make some specific recommendations with regards to the budget, the proposed budget, in 2 categories. One is with expected implementation funding. So I have a general concern with the proposal to allow all implementation funding in the first year of the program for all pilot participants, regardless of when they're potentially receiving their buses. So my concern is with the potential controls of those costs, and if the commission was to have learnings in the first year, could they be adequately reflected in implementation expenditures? And then my second concern is with the proposed personnel costs. My specific concern is with the fact that the budget includes really broad personnel categories that represent about 10% of the total cost, and there's not specificity about what personnel will be providing what services at what points in time. So it's a broad concern about budget control.
Okay. I can't remember, I'm just looking again if I marked. Did you have a recommendation on cost recovery?
I was comfortable with the proposal from the both OPC and from Potomac Edison, so no specific recommendation.
Okay, so the fact that it sounds like PE has adopted MEA's recommendation, and then so you're with that.
OPC's recommendation, yes.
All right, I guess so. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, Ms.
Commissioner Sipman.
Good afternoon. In your testimony, you had recommended some additional clarity in terms of reaching underserved communities. So we were sort of discussing the V1G approach, and where does that sit in terms of the kinds of proposals that you would suggest the company include to reach the underserved communities?
Sure. Just to recap my specific recommendations on the topic, my concern was with compliance with the statute. and specifically the requirement that school districts and PE consider disadvantaged communities as part of their deployment of funds. So my recommendations were to have explicit formal criteria that consider these things, as opposed to maybe general assertions that they'll be considered. In terms of meeting the needs of underserved communities, I don't speak at length in my testimony on the topic. I think Dr. Pritchard talks further length on it, but I will note that I share some of the concerns raised by other witnesses today, particularly OPC's witness, that that there's an absence of commitment to serve these communities, and there's the lack of specificity about the service to these communities raises questions about whether or not they will be served.
Okay. And if at least in the short term, the only available option would be a V1G as opposed to a V2G infrastructure, would it make sense to include that in a proposal, and would that be consistent with the statute?
So with regards to serving underserved communities, sure. So I think, as several folks have noted today, there's several objectives to the pilot, V2G being a primary one, but also environmental goals and other benefits. I think it's important that if the Commission were to allow something like V1G, which doesn't have obvious benefits for V2G in the near term, that there be close monitoring that the other benefits are achieved. So that might mean some assurances that we are not resulting in school bus charging that actually increases load on PE's system, which might disadvantage those communities or disadvantage customers at large.
Okay. Thank you.
So, did you do any analysis of the BG&E proposal?
I did, yes.
Okay, so the same question I asked OPC's witness, I'm going to ask you. I mean, is there prescriptive directions we should give to both companies so that we get sort of a unified data set that's useful?
Sure. I think there's, I guess, a similarity in that they both have deficits regarding V2G. In BG's case, there's perhaps a different opinion about whether or not V2G was required. In this case, it seems to be consensus that it's part of the legislative intent. Even with that agreement, I think in both cases it'd be useful for the Commission to provide more explicit requirements about plans, explicit plans to test V2G. And I'll give an example. There are plenty of potential programs that a V2G resource could participate at a PJM level. It could be providing frequency response services. It could be providing a capacity resource. It's unclear that either of the utilities has given due consideration to what would be required to actually enroll in those programs or participate. I don't think I saw any evidence in either case of talking to PJM, for example, or even considering with the school districts whether or not they're interested in this. So I see that as a deficit that would be in the gambit of the Commission to make recommendations that they address.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Anything else? All right. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Would now like to call Dr. Ewan Pritchard to the stand.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
I'm Ewan Pritchard, E-W-A-N, Pritchard, P-R-I-T-C-H-A-R-D.
And could you provide your business address?
Sure. I work out of my home at 323 North Salem Street, Apex, North Carolina, 27502. I work on behalf of Energetics Clear Result Consulting, based in Columbia, Maryland.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pritchard. You said you work for Energetics. By whom are you testifying on behalf of today?
The public staff.
Thank you. Do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Ewan Pritchard, Ph.D., consisting of 24 pages of testimony and 2 exhibits, as well as reply testimony of Ewan Pritchard, Ph.D., consisting of 24 pages of testimony?
I do.
And have these documents been pre-filed in this case?
They have.
Your Honor, I ask that at this time, direct testimony of you and Pritchard, PhD, be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 3, and the reply testimony of you and Pritchard, PhD, be marked as Staff Exhibit 4.
So marked.
Were these documents prepared by you or prepared under your supervision?
Yep.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you'd like to make to these documents at this time?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as stated in these documents?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, at this time I ask that Staff Exhibit 3 and Staff Exhibit 4 be moved into evidence.
So admitted.
Now, Dr. Pritchard, do you have any past experience working on V2G projects?
I do, yes. I guess going back to starting with in 2002 to 2008, I ran a plug-in hybrid school bus pilot program across the country and worked hard to get PJM interested in the program, so promoted the benefits of V2G with them. Since then, I work in California quite a bit, so I'm an evaluator for like the Cajon Valley program with San Diego Gas and Electric, evaluating the outcomes of that program. We also monitor a few hundred school buses in California. Several of those are also V2G, running V2G operations.
Okay, great. Based on what you've read and heard today, do you feel like PE has sufficiently defended the argument that the rural districts would not be able to implement V2G?
No. I haven't yet seen the argument for why they can't install the V2G infrastructure in rural communities. I mean, I'm assuming that they could install solar infrastructure in those communities where power's coming from the solar array onto the grid. I saw in their original budget that they had budgeted for a 30 kilowatt DC fast charger at those park out locations, which would require pretty much the same interconnection. I'm assuming that these would be running with an independent meter. I'm not entirely sure of that. It's not clear in the documents, but if it was a separate meter and it was able to do 30 kilowatts of V1G, I don't see why it couldn't be V2G. So it's not clear.
Thank you. At this time, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Potomac Edison.
No questions, Your Honor, but I'm just a little lost procedurally. Are we treating that as further direct testimony? That didn't sound like rejoinder to me.
Well, I guess it's already in there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. You can overrule my
okay, that's
objection.
fine. All right. LCV.
No questions, Your Honor.
MEA.
No questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, very quick thing. You were here and you probably heard one of the witnesses, Krauthammer, make the argument that in the instance of several of these rural jurisdictions, they had a lot of school buses that were parked at the homes of the. Would you agree that at least in that instance, that's a case where V2G would be difficult to implement?
No, not in the way that they were talking about implementing it. And in fact, there's a company called Nuvi that has a level 2 V2G charger that's that could be used in that case.
Level 2 for SUVs and sedans, or for buses?
Would it be so in that case, I think it's a 6.2 kilowatt unit.
So that's probably a unit that's fairly low powered compared to what you would need for a school bus, right?
Exactly. So that's my argument for why V2G would already make sense, because if it's a 30 kilowatt charger, That's not a residential load. It's got to have its own infrastructure added to handle 30 kilowatts.
I'm trying to visualize a small house in a rural setting with a school bus parked in front of it or near to it. It seems like you would have to install a fairly large, amount of infrastructure for a charge point for a school bus that would make sense for a school bus. Because I mean, the charger you're talking about is something that might make sense for my electric vehicle that I drove here. But for a school bus, that probably wouldn't be adequate, would it?
I agree. Unidirectionally or bidirectionally.
So this is why I thought they made the argument that you couldn't do V to G in a setting where the school bus is parked in front of somebody's home.
Right. It doesn't make sense to charge a vehicle in front of somebody's home.
Okay. I think we're in agreement. Okay.
Okay.
Or you and they are in agreement on that point.
Thank you.
Sir Richard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for Dr. Pritchard. One of your recommendations is, B should work to extend the impact of funding by working to provide V2G infrastructure to buses funded through other funding mechanisms. So in your experience, I note that you said you've specifically been in the electric school bus for over 20 years. Are those funds available? To your knowledge, is this something that you're seeing now in this space, particularly with all these government funding? And I ask in the context, is it something we should expect of the company, or to what degree should we try to, encourage or require it?
So I work very closely with the largest nationwide school bus contractor, First Student. They work very closely with multiple funding sources to braid those fundings together, depending on the local conditions. And so sometimes they're getting the utility to help fund the charging infrastructure, and they're working with Clean School Bus USA to fund the buses themselves. So it's a commonly done thing to be braiding these funding together. The school buses, you would not buy anything different when you're buying a school bus for V1G than you would for V2G, except in the case of, we talked about it a little bit in the back and forth thing here, about the possibility of having larger battery packs to be able to handle any kind of degradation that might happen in those battery packs.
Okay. So it is something that you think is readily available, and we should maybe more than urge the company to try to seek these funds than to support not only the buses, the acquisition of buses, but also the equipment that goes along with a vehicle to grid.
Absolutely. Yeah, those buses the buses funded by the federal government today will get unidirectional infrastructure installed unless somebody comes in and adds the additional funding to make it bidirectional. That question came up earlier, what's the differential in cost? In general, it's about 1.8 to 2 times the cost. So it's like a 30 kilowatt charger, a 60 kilowatt charger. You can get that for about $30,000 for a unidirectional. It could be as much as $60,000 for a bidirectional.
Okay, is that something that needs to be installed at the beginning, or can a bus be retrofitted with that type of equipment?
It's not the bus that gets retrofitted; it's the power cabinets that are retrofitted.
So we're talking about not something in the bus itself.
No, it's just the units. So for DC charging, they use off-board charging. That charging is that conversion process happens on the ground. For level 2 charging, that happens on the bus in most cases, except for the case of Thomas Built, which doesn't come with a level 2 charger on board.
Okay, so am I understanding that then most electric buses today are vehicle to grid ready, or
They're capable, yes.
Okay, they are. Okay. The other is you discuss having, I think everyone has, at least a lot of the parties have suggested a more cohesive learning as a plan for getting the metrics to data. You go another step and say there should be dedicated funds for independent evaluation of the program.
Right.
Is that something that you feel is lacking right now, or
It grew over the process of this back and forthing, and I began to see some inconsistencies, and I got nervous that the value might not be there, and there could be a glowing report that could come at the end, and everyone looking successful when in fact it could be anything but. And I feel like an independent study could have better benefits to the ratepayers of Maryland in the long term, because this is just a pilot and it could move forward. I think that it would move the state forward faster by having a dedicated pilot that has some real strategic goals and evaluation against those goals. And once you have that evaluation, then you can use those learnings to inform future policy.
Okay, thank you. And is that a big expense, or what do you envision that?
Sometimes it's as much as 5% of the overall budget, but it would save future budgets because you're not making the mistakes that you might be making in other programs. This is pretty common for like in the state of California. All the work that we do, most of them are required to do independent results.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Pritchard, for being here today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pritchett. Okay, so we're going to go back to the V1G, V2G. So I know in your testimony, you've argued that it is not consistent with what the statute is requiring, so that we can't go in that direction. And yet we had conversations today about having it almost as a bridge technology to get us to V2G in communities where they're not able to. Doesn't make sense to put in the V2G technology, although you've stated that it can be done, and so I was almost there, and in the conversation you had with Commissioner Barve, I thought you'd said that it for the single home where the person is parking their school bus there, it doesn't make sense to do a V2G, but you think it does make sense to do it there.
I'm sorry. I think there's a distinct nuance there. I don't think that the infrastructure, I don't think it would make sense to install a 30 kilowatt charger in unidirectional or bidirectionally at a home. It's certainly not with the meter that's at a home or the feed that's at a home. You've got to have a new meter, you've got to have a new feed.
Okay.
At the point where you're doing that new meter and that new feed, I'm not sure I understand the roadblock to V2G in that case.
Okay, then I miss. So what you were saying there is well, I guess the question then is if we're dealing so PE has very rural communities and then has more sort of urbanish communities and so to include the rural communities in the pilot. How do we go about that? If it doesn't make economic sense to deploy a charger, whether it's unidirectional, bidirectional, at a single family home, how do we then engage the underserved communities, which will be underserved if we can't have them be part of the pilot?
So I can't give information that I know from my client First Student, but I can say that working with park outs is a very common thing. It's normal all across the country. It's not just specific to rural Maryland. It's all across the country. There's a lot of creativity that can be had in working with these park outs. There's a lot of park outs at churches. There's a lot of park outs at community buildings. I think that communities could and probably should propose places to put V2G charging, but require that they have V2G charging. In fact, that could probably shore up the resilience of those local communities by having V2G charging in some of those.
So do you think that it's that maybe park outs should be part of the pilot? And especially if this may be a solution to some of the challenges in getting this infrastructure out to more rural areas, maybe park outs can be part of the of PE's pilot.
I very much think park outs should be a part of the pilot. I think they should be V2G, and I think they should be higher powered.
Okay.
And from looking online, searching around some of these counties, I found where some of these, what you might call a park out, like one I found in Carroll County, there were like 30 buses parked at this property, and there was a pool. So it's a house with a pool and 30 buses. This is not what you're thinking about somebody's house on a residential street.
Was the pool? I'm looking.
I'm just saying that it's
and a golf course
this is basically a giant farm.
Okay.
Right, and so you can do V2G on a farm just fine.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in your initial discussion with staff council, you talked about some program you were involved in with school buses, plug-in hybrid school buses, and something related to PJM. So give me a little more detail about what that was about and what happened.
Well, back then, batteries cost $1,600 a kilowatt hour. Now they're under 100 in most cases. So we were focused on smaller battery packs. But we knew about the concept of vehicle to grid. We knew that it was possible. The J1772 or the CCS connectors hadn't been invented. We actually had to use a NEMA L6 connector. The promise was there that we could potentially put power from these vehicles onto the grid. There weren't many solar arrays back then, so the idea of pushing power onto the grid was a little bit foreign still, from small resources like solar panels. It was a concept, and it was PJM was excited about the possibility of doing either emergency load reduction programs or even pushing so hard as to do like voltage regulation or frequency regulation. Unfortunately, our modeling has shown that voltage regulation and frequency regulation type V2G can have detrimental effects on the batteries. So that was a lot of my questioning in the back and forth was, without me knowing what type of V2G you're planning on doing, it's hard for me to interpret, it's hard for me to say how this is going to benefit, who it's going to hurt, because it's not a clear plan, it's not a cohesive plan. It's just a plan for how they're going to buy the buses, and I get that. That's all fairly clear, but...
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
And I guess that is everything for today. So we'll be out with an order at some point. So thank you.
Thank you.